Alrighty, we are on the air. Alrighty, today I've got a guest on Warcorpse666 channel. We're going to do a bit of an informal debate. You've seen him in the comments section of my videos. This is Owen McDonald. Owen, go ahead and say hi, introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name's Owen McDonald. I'm a feminist and I frequent the comment section in Warcorpse's videos. I'm not particularly famous or anything on YouTube. I don't make videos myself. Literally, I just comment on videos sometimes, and I happen to disagree with a few things Warcorpse says in his videos. So that's pretty much all you need to know. I mean, there's not really much to me in the sense of the YouTube community or anything. It's just a case of two people disagreeing on the internet.
Yep. Alrighty. So I guess I'll make the opening statement. Basically, pretty short and sweet, is the fact that feminism is entirely not needed in at least the Western world. You could make a case for maybe the Middle East or maybe bits of the Eastern world, but there's not a whole lot that the Western world can do to curtail that. Quite frankly, women achieved their equality a long time ago. In Owen's country, they've already had a female prime minister. In my country, we might be getting a female president. There's women CEOs, there's women lawyers, women judges. They're in every aspect of our lives. And you could also argue that they're surpassed men. So basically, the only thing feminism, in my mind, has left to fight for in the West is simply made up bullshit like the patriarchy or the wage gap or the 1 in 5 women will be raped bullshit. And it also fights to have women be afforded the same rights and privileges that we afford all adults in most Western democracies. And they also still want to have the protection that we give children, like not really holding kids accountable when they fuck it all up. So that's my opening statement. Owen, go ahead.
Well, firstly, I mean, calling it a fact that feminism isn't needed is a little bit presumptuous. You say that they've achieved equality, or women have achieved equality, but in terms of beyond what feminism is standing for today, there's more to it than just illegal equality. I mean, certainly in terms of voting and generally with discrimination, it's now in law that you can't discriminate against women in terms of that sort of form of equality. However, it's really if you look at culture as a whole, it goes beyond just saying, oh, well, you've got the vote. I mean, it's all very well giving women the vote, but then when minority of women are in Parliament or Congress or the House of Representatives, certainly I don't think it's adequate or relative to reality to say that it's not needed at all. And then if you go beyond the world of politics, just even everyday sort of sexism still very much exists with sexual harassment, with sexual assault, discrimination in the workplace, just how we look at sexism and women in the media and just body image. And there's so many different branching paths for sexism to manifest in that I would certainly say just out and out saying, oh, feminism is not needed, and that's a fact, is somewhat naive. I don't think you can just outwardly disregard feminism as such.
Okay. A couple of things to what you said. The body image thing. First off, that happens to men, and it happens to men, I would think, worse than women, because men, to get the ultra shredded 6-pack, just cut fucking body, I mean, you got to be on a special diet. You got to go to the gym 4 hours. You got to do this, got to do that, shave every bit of hair off your body. And all women really have to do to look at least bikini model-esque is not eat like a hippo.
Well, I would say the great thing about... Sorry, let me
counter a few more of your points. Let me just start from the front. I just wanted to get the last one, was the one I didn't write down. Where exactly in society are they unequal to? I mean, you bring up that the House of Representatives, House of Lords, and women are underrepresented, quote unquote, but they choose not to run. it's open to them to run for office. Now, whether or not they take the opportunity, well, that's on them. And if we want to talk about, you know, it's like when feminists complain they don't get promotions at work. Well, what'd you do to earn it? Well, nothing. Well, did you even apply for the promotion? Well, no. Well, you know, it's, and also the whole sexual harassment thing. Well, that happens to men too. And as for sexual assault, well, it's actually worse if you're a man. Because first off, a woman will face 66% less time if she is convicted of it. Most likely she won't spend a day in jail. And two, you'll be liable, at least in my country, that man will be liable for child support payments. And there is no way he can get out of it. And he can't force her to have an abortion either. He's fucked into, if a woman sexually assaults him and she gets pregnant by him, he's fucked into child support.
Are you finished or?
Yes, I am. Actually, let's just say finished, just so we don't start talking over each other.
Yeah, good idea. Well, to go back to the idea that men have it worse than women in many ways, I would say that the good thing about feminism is it addresses issues for both genders. Certainly, I would say that feminism combats the idea that men have to look like muscular and be the sort of like stereotypical like alpha male, like broncho, big sort of person. Like it allows the expression of like emotion and places emphasis on like more than just like physical superiority, I would say. Like the idea that a man has to, like, as you said, have like a six pack and be in perfect tone condition, like that's quite clearly not what the majority of men are going to end up like. And the idea that they should be shamed for that is something that feminism has helped to combat. And certainly you look at men today and more men are able to, like, for instance, embrace their sexuality, embrace that they don't necessarily have to like represent the Greek god like version of masculinity and not feel themselves invalidated or like debunked by society. So I would say that, again, to say feminism, like, to raise your points about how males have it worse than females in some ways, feminism actually combats both sides of the gender like argument and like body harassment and stuff. So I would say that it's probably not fair to label feminism as going against or ignoring the plight of men. Going to what you said about politics and women, saying that they choose not to run is somewhat like misleading, because whilst there are perhaps more men applying for roles of like senator or congresswoman or man, then that sort of ignores the steps you've had to like take to get there. It's like you don't just say, oh, I'm going to be a senator and then just run for the Senate. You have to get funding, you have to wake your way up the political ladder. And along that political ladder, indeed the ladders of many like corporations and businesses and just any organization really, like you've got people like choosing positions and choosing who they want to elevate, who will employ systematic discrimination. And a lot of the time, sadly, that is still against women. Like, for instance, people will say, oh, women, they're not like commanding enough, but you can't take them seriously. Like, I don't listen to them when they speak and stuff. And the most obvious ones were like, they sexualize them and only see them as like a pair of breasts and an ass, when clearly, like, if we lived in an equal society, like, you wouldn't be judging image for who you're like picking for an important like speaking role or decision making role. So again, like, I would have said that there's not like a lot of credit in saying, oh, they just don't apply for it, because it's not as simple as just, oh, I want to run for office. Like, you've got to go through the like mechanisms of an organization or a political like country, and there's different branches than just the straightforward one. I feel like I'm speaking for quite a while here. Maybe we should like have 1 or 2 points maybe instead of like 4 or 5. But
okay. Well, let me just gloss over a couple of things really quick. Your last point about how female politicians get sexualized. Everyone on the planet gets sexualized. Men, women, everybody. Okay, I don't care if you're 18 or 88. Everybody gets sexualized because human beings are sexual creatures. Yeah, I'm a straight man, so I sexualize women. You, I assume, are a straight man, so you sexualize women. Um, a gay guy would sexualize guys. Girls sexualize guys. Lesbians sexualize fucking other women. Bi people sexualize everyone. You know, so everybody gets sexualized because human beings are sexual creatures. Another thing is, you know, there's one of the things that feminists do is they like to bring up feminist talking points that completely go against feminist actions. Like, you say that feminists are fighting so that guys don't have to be this macho, tough, you know, brooding guy, yet when the shit hits the fan, that's the first type of guy they run behind. Also, how many feminists have made fat guy jokes? You know, again, according to feminists, and you see this through their actions, not their talking points, you know, is that it's, if I make fun of a fat chick, I'm an asshole. If I make fun of a fat guy, that's just good comedy. And actually, if it was true that women get kind of laughed out of politics because they can't actually get the funding necessary, and yes, money in politics is a problem, women actually make better candidates. They have everything. You got the good old, you got the good old down home mom thing. You've got the good wife thing. You've got built-in victimhood. You've got, and if she starts to lose, she can scream about the patriarchy. So I'm sorry, but women actually make, in this climate at least, they make better candidates. And if they're running against a man, if he so much as slips once, her side will crucify him. You know, I mean, I take this election. Hillary Clinton should not be anywhere near. Well, neither should Donald Trump. I don't want to. This is why I hate talking about this election. But you know, but the reason Hillary Clinton is doing so well is because basically everyone wants to see the first female president. That's the only reason. You know, outside of that, she is the epitome of what everyone is sick about in my country with politics. I am done with this particular point.
All right. So to come back to the start, you said sexualization is universal and that men are sexualized as well as women in politics and in society. Yeah. So
yes,
if like both sides are talking about like people in politics and sexualizing them, then surely that like just proves that feminism is still needed and that the talk about the sexualization of people is still necessary.
Okay. I got it. No. I'm sorry. Sexualization is normal.
So, well, it shouldn't be if you're like talking about a politician. If you want to hear what they're saying, then, and you want to actually have a serious debate about things, and all the other person's thinking about is, they look nice, or like, this doesn't fit my idea of what beautiful is. Like, can you not see the problem? And then, like, I'm going to the idea of like men and women, and they're both the same. I'm going to have to disagree with you there because, for instance, in my country, or we have in Scotland, there's the minister called Nicola Sturgeon, who is a very like astute, like very good politician. She's quite popular in Scotland, and as a result, the like British press do not like her. So they'll like comment on her appearance. They mocked up an image of her in like a bikini sort of skin latex thing, like in a Miley Cyrus like pose. The sort of press in general will just talk about like female politicians in this country's like clothes and stuff, like rather than actually addressing what they're saying. And like you don't see that with men, like you don't see that with the male like politicians. Certainly, like you don't have people talking about how like women have just like how using their image instead of like what we're talking about. Whereas with men, you don't have to worry about that as such. Like to say that it's all the same and everyone just sexualizes the same amount is somewhat like misleading again. You were talking about I mean where you're saying what feminists like will make fun of fat guys and stuff. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there are people who aren't perhaps the best representation of like arguing for equality. Like, I think generally, like, though, you have to just sort of ignore people like, I guess, Amy Schumer. It would be a famous like comedian who makes somewhat like distasteful jokes. But really, if you're like, there's always going to be people in arguments who don't necessarily argue at the best. Like, I could just as easily point to the anti-feminist crowd and find some like very questionable people in there, but I choose not to because I know there's no point just bringing up like some like serial rape, like piece of work who like doxers and like releases addresses on the internet and stuff. Like, there's no point in bringing it up if I'm talking to you, for instance, because what does it achieve? Like, the bit about feminists running to macho men when shit hits the fan, like, that's a bit ridiculous. Like, I don't see where that's really coming from. And that sort of the amount of stereotypes there, like the idea that women can't cope with issues themselves, the idea that only strong men can like sort out issues when things get tough. Like, I don't think that's a particularly good like point. And then I think you mentioned like how it's easier for female candidates to run. I completely agree on your election. I don't like Hillary Clinton. I know obviously Donald Trump like is a lot worse, and I would never vote Republican over Democrat. But I was very disappointed when Bernie Sanders didn't win Democrat primary. But I don't think she's having a particularly like good election year. I mean, if you look at the polls, it's more like third party candidates are knocking votes off Trump rather than she's like winning back things. So it's somewhat like, I don't think you can just say, oh, she can just cry about the patriarchy and she's got her assets to like sort of say it's easier for her. Like, if you look at big chunks of people in parts of the country or parts of the states, I guess, we'll just say, oh, well, she's a woman, she's not fit to lead. They'll like ignore all reasonable criticism of her to just sort of say that she's like weak because of her gender and such, vote for Trump. So again, like, I think it's silly to sort of say, oh, well, it's easier for women in politics because they can just cry and have the mum angle for them. And even if you wanted to say that, then that sort of shows, again, feminism is needed, because if politics for women is just about like playing an image of a mum or like using your visual assets, then that's not exactly where you want politics to be headed. Anyway, you go ahead. I've spoken for quite a while. So.
All right. Well, my counter to that is Hillary Clinton would not be doing as well as she is at all if she were any other career Democrat politician against Trump. It's because she has got the woman vote, because she's a woman. They don't care the fact that she is corrupt as hell. They don't care about the fact that, you know, she's been in politics for 20 years, done nothing to improve anything. I mean, she said the biggest vote of her life was the one she screwed up the worst. If it was any other politician, and I'll give Hillary Clinton this, she's a master at dodging, real controversy. If it was anyone else, Trump would be slaughtering them, which is a scary thought, because I don't like either one of them either. But what's funny is you made a comment about Hillary Clinton getting criticism on just the fact that she's a woman, yet Donald Trump is the only one in this election that's getting appearance jokes. The only people that are making Hillary Clinton jokes like she looks like the Crypt Keeper are people like me on the internet. As for your comment, you don't see the point why a feminist would run behind a big, strong man to deal with shit when shit hits the fan. It might have something to do with the fact that physically, men are 3 times stronger than women. And that's provable by weightlifting stats. And yeah, typically, actually, in a crisis, women are better at multitasking. Men are better at focusing on a task. And because it's also been proven men are not as emotional as women, we tend to fare a little better in a crisis. We can keep our heads a little clearer. Now, of course, there are exceptions. I know guys personally that when the shit hits the fan, they go to pieces. And I know women that can step up and actually get shit done. But generally, if I had to play the field, it'd be about 80-20 men. As for the that's fucking, I'm going to skip over that. The big thing that I wanted to talk about was, your assumption that because human beings sexualize each other, that feminism is needed. Oh, and I you're always going. I've got to make some assumptions about you. I don't like making assumptions about people, but I've got to make some about you. I assume you like girls. You're always going to sexualize girls. It's going to happen. Why? You're attracted to them. You know, I'm not trying to say anything about you. I'm just, again, I have to make generalizations, and 9 times out of 10, I'd be correct. But okay, I'll use me. I always sexualize women every time I look at them because I'm sexually attracted to them. You know, I look at Chelsea Clinton. I'm not sexually attracted to her. I find her ugly as sin. Now, if you talk to Kate Upton, I'm very sexually attracted to her. You know, that isn't patriarchy, that isn't sexism, that isn't misogyny. That's me with my fucking neurons in my brain firing, saying, go and attempt to sleep with this. You know, and the idea that somehow sexualization is bad when it happens just as much to men, including men in politics too. I remember more than one magazine running the 10 hottest guys in office. I remember a couple of years ago, a calendar went out with a bunch of male mayors of towns close together, and they were wearing nothing but their BVDs sold for charity. You have sexy fireman calendars. You have, you know, so this idea that, you know, male politicians don't use their quote unquote male sexuality or masculinity to get votes or to get women into them is quite frankly ludicrous. You know, no, everybody sexualizes everything. You sexualize what you're sexually attracted to. And just for the record, just in case anyone's wondering, no, I don't believe true blue asexuality exists. I don't know what that is, who started that, but no, it doesn't. Sorry. I can swallow almost every sexual attraction on the planet. That's to another adult, but not now. You're sexually attracted to something.
Well, so I'll go work backwards here. Asexuality, I mean, you're fine with most sexualities, but you find asexuality like odd. Well, it's different. I mean, like for people who do have sexual attraction, I suppose I can see how it would like be weird sort of imagining yourself without anything, but some people are, and that's just how it is. We're going to say something.
Yes. Look, I think the thing that they're confusing with asexuality is my argument is they still find things sexually attractive. They still find certain people sexually attractive, whatever they might be. But they just maybe have no desire to go seek out whatever they find desirable. That's what I think it is. I think they still have because they had a documentary about asexual people. And they got together in a group. And sure enough, the group started pairing off and they started having sex. You know, it might not be an immediate physical thing. Maybe they develop a sexual attraction over time when they've gotten to know this person. What I'm saying is a true blue a person that finds nothing sexually stimulating in a human, which is a sexual creature, I would have to say is absolutely fucking impossible.
Well, I mean, we can never really know, but if someone says they're asexual, then so be it, really. I mean, it's not really that big of a issue, really, for me, I guess. But going back to let's work backwards. First of all, sexualization. I've never said sexualization is bad. I'm not saying like if you have sexual like thoughts in your mind, that's not like you're bad. Like I've never said that. I don't think feminists are saying that. What the point is that when you take that sexualization and trying to like make it as like legitimate criticism of people in a field like politics or just in life in general, like I don't think that's on. Like people who are essentially saying, "Oh, well, you're not attractive, therefore my opinion of you has gone down." Like not only is attraction such a subjective, like opinion-based thing, like, and there's so many different axes for it, like, and different ranges you can scale things on. Like, it doesn't necessarily like it knows it changes different people, like, and it's not all based on how someone looks. Like, and I know people say, oh, well, you've just been like PC and stuff, but it's not. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't see attraction as like solely focused on what a person looks like. But at the end of the day, like, sexualization, like when you use it as criticism, as lots of people do, I don't think is particularly fair. And when you're saying male politicians get judged on their looks too, yes, sometimes they do, and I'm sure magazines do tend to produce like the hottest politicians, but it's not going to have the same like impact on someone's career as it would for other people. Like, it's never going to like have people actively saying, like, unless there's other sort of criticism tied into it, like, you're never going to see like the same, like, oh, that politician is ugly or looks like a man, therefore I won't vote for them. Which unfortunately, like, it is still a problem. Like, there is still like elements of the press and of like media which will focus on a politician's like sexuality and their like looks and stuff rather than actually address real issues. Where were we going? Physicality and women running to men. Again, I don't think it's entirely linked to physicality. Like, I think you're sort of missing the point that not all issues need to be solved with like big men to give you a hug and like strength. Like, the situation in society today is that if there's very few like instances, I feel, where you need someone like big and strong to sort out like an issue that's like related to emotions. It's not like it's the like sort of medieval time period where you can just send like the big man to come and like knock down a tree. Sometimes like talking and communication and like emotion, like, they're not things which you need to be like strong and muscular for. And you're saying men on average 3 times stronger than women. Yeah, the strongest men are stronger than the strongest women and faster and stuff, but that doesn't mean that all women are like weak, and it certainly doesn't mean that like all men are strong and will have to be strong. I don't think, again, it just comes to the fact it's not important to be like strong for the majority of those sort of issues. I mean, you said that like it's not the case for all men and all women, and multitasking and decision making do cross both ways. So I won't focus on that too much. And then you said about Hillary Clinton, how she's got the woman vote. Well, I do think that when you're up against a candidate like Donald Trump, who's like, he made fun of Megyn Kelly's menstruation. He said loads of things about the appearance of women. He suggested one of his Republican candidates, Carly Fiorina, he suggested people didn't vote for her because she was ugly. I mean, we've all seen and heard the sexual assault claims, which, like, frankly, like, it's not really surprising people have been turned off him. And whilst I do agree that it's silly to sort of vote for a candidate just because they share the same gender as you, and like, I'd be like annoyed if people were saying to me, "Oh, I picked Hillary over Bernie Sanders because she's a woman," which I'm sure people did, but that's how people think sometimes. That doesn't change the fact that like Hillary Clinton still faces like discrimination, and there are still people who would question the gender of a politician and connected that to their eligibility to sort of run for office. Like, it's only a few years ago since Bill O'Reilly was saying on Fox News, which is sadly one of the most watched news outlets in the US, saying that, oh, well, can a woman be president, and like asking it as though it's like up for debate. Like, so again, like, it's still there as an issue. And you're saying Trump's judged for his appearance, and yeah, I tend to avoid. You'll very like rarely hear me speak about people's appearance where it's connected to actual like criticism of them. With Trump, though, like, I mean, the whole election sort of debate's been a bit of a sham. But when you have someone boasting about his penis size in an actual like presidency election, and like saying about how he's this like suave, cool guy and stuff, and sort of essentially like selling the image of himself as this amazing like businessman who like people just fall for. I mean, again, the tapes of the with whatever his name is, Billy Bush or something, the sexual assault tapes where he's saying like, "Oh, I can get women to bed and stuff." Like, he almost like, it's not surprising.
No, actually, that was the tape where he basically said, "I'm rich, I'm a celebrity, so I can run up and grab any woman's pussy I want."
So yeah, when he's
the
saying
only
that,
guy that might be able to get away with that, is maybe like Johnny Depp. He might be able to get away with it.
I mean,
because he's Johnny.
I think we probably negating the intelligence of women here by saying, "Oh, I just fall into the arms of anyone." But certainly with I mean, probably not more with Johnny Depp, given the allegations against him now.
Oh, those allegations are a bunch of bullshit. His ex-wife said they were horse shit. When every single ex-girlfriend he has, and his ex-wife, and his kids. Well, his ex-wife said his ex-wife said he was the nicest, sweetest guy I know. The only reason she divorced him was because he was drinking a lot.
Well, I mean,
that's it. And
he was in a previous relationship, both. So how do we know it's not been different for Amber Heard?
The police reports don't back up her claims. They went to the house 3 times. No, not a scratch was on her. His own friends say that she was intentionally trying to hurt herself. This is the problem with, now I'm going to get into a rant. This is the problem with feminism and when it comes to things like domestic abuse, and this is another thing that feminists mysteriously shut up about, is that the man is always presumed guilty. You just did it yourself when all the evidence says that this didn't happen. Same thing going on with Angelina and Brad Pitt. None of the evidence is saying that he did this. As for Trump, I don't see any evidence from his accusers. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you want me to start believing that a guy is a domestic abuser, child abuser, sexual assaultist, then you kindly have to bring some evidence because, you can't, we don't convict people on their good words. Sorry to cut in there like that.
No, not a problem. I mean, we are speaking for quite lengthy periods of time. Well, I did say that Johnny Depp had allegations against him, and that would be why women might not be suddenly drawn to him rather than outwardly saying he's guilty. And in regards to Amber Heard, I only said that it might not be the same relationship as she's had with him as with Johnny Depp's ex-wife. Every relationship is different. So,
well, I think my thing with that is he's 57, I think. Or maybe a little younger. He's in his 50s. If he was a wife beater, it would have popped up now, unless he started taking amphetamines or something, or steroids or something that would have caused him to go psychotic.
Well,
go ahead.
No, you don't have to be psychotic to be involved in domestic abuse. It's not like with
what I'm saying is a guy who has never beaten his wife till age 50 is not going to do it. It would have popped up before this.
Well,
okay,
not necessarily.
I mean, my dad is 62. He has never hit my mom once since they've known each other. I'm fairly certain he is going to live out the rest of his days without raising a hand to her. It would have popped up. Something would have happened, and especially when she said that she left him because he was drinking too much. Sorry, alcohol is a big contributor for guys beating the hell out of the people they're supposed to love. So no, I don't believe her for a second. Again, unless there's evidence of amphetamines or something, some mind-altering substance.
But you don't necessarily that's what I'm saying. With a domestic abuse, it doesn't necessarily have to just spring from using drugs or being on medication or being an alcoholic or anything. But for all we know, maybe he just no, you go ahead.
So you're gonna go with he just snapped.
Well, it doesn't have to be a case of him snapping. Maybe he just thought he could assert himself over Amber Heard. It doesn't necessarily have to be directly caused from something drugs or something or
But why would he do that at age 50?
But what does the age have to do with it? It's not like he's
What I mean is, okay, at about 25, men are at their testosterone peak, and at about 38, we start trailing off, meaning we start losing testosterone. Okay? If he hasn't hit his wife until this rather later stage of his life, this is incredibly. This doesn't work. There would have been a long list of ex-girlfriends with black eyes.
Well,
There
again,
would have been a long list of girlfriends with maybe some mental abuse, maybe something like that. There's nothing.
well, just because he's not done it before, it doesn't mean like he can't do it now. Like you wouldn't say of like a like a drink driver, like, oh, they've never drunk drive before, so it's not likely they've done it now. Like things like that can just happen. Like
drunk driving and knocking your wife's teeth out are two completely different things. Drunk driving can be attributed to a mistake. You had one too many. You got behind the wheel. You thought you were fine.
Substitute any crime there, then.
No. When you start getting into physically hurting someone, physically hurting someone, that's something totally different. That is that doesn't flow.
You don't need to have a history of domestic abuse to commit domestic abuse. Like there's no it's not like once you reach certain age, it's like, oh, I've not done it before, so I couldn't possibly do it now.
Actually, yes, you do have to have a history. You have to have a history of being a controlling boyfriend. You have to have a history of, and I know I'm going with a male perspective, you have to have a history of it starting small. It starts small and it builds. There would have been. In his head? How do I know it wasn't in his head and he didn't act on it until her? There would have been a string. He was married to the same woman for like 20 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This doesn't. When his own ex-wife is saying this, that at his lowest point he wasn't violent.
Well, if we're applying all these like hypotheticals, I could say, oh, how do we know the ex-wife's not just being loyal to her lover of like 20 or so years? How do we know he didn't have these feelings bottled up, like these angry feelings, like or controlling feelings, bottled up inside him with his former partner or former girlfriends or whatever? And
because again, it doesn't follow any pattern of any domestic abuser.
Well, domestic abuse doesn't always follow patterns. Like real life things aren't just like straight like binary narratives.
Really? They kind of are. I mean, very often a child who's molested will go on to become a molester. Good chance, and no, this is not 100%, but good chance somebody who grew up in an abusive home will go on to abuse other people. I'm sorry, but yes, there is a definite pattern with people that are abusive and people that are not. And you don't, and I'm sorry, but no, the idea that you can spontaneously, that's another feminist argument that I find particularly sickening, that every man can be a potential rapist at any time. No. Well, just no. Even if rape was legal, even if tomorrow everybody lost their minds and made rape legal, you might see a small uptick, but it wouldn't be much. You'd probably see a big spike in rampant vigilante beatings.
We'll come on to the that in a second.
How the hell did we get on this? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, we started with like what?
Actually, this is the way it goes on Warcorpse. I don't have structure. We just have it flow.
Fair enough. We were talking about you're saying like child molesters and stuff. Like they like people who are around that sort of like behavior might end up repeating it themselves. Is that what you were saying? Like, well,
yes, not 100%, but they generally are.
Well, no, of course.
One of the common traits with a molester is chances are they were molested themselves.
Yeah, that may well exist, and I'm sure there are lots of cases of that. But that doesn't rule out the possibilities of one individual who is like sick in the head and does just choose to act like in this way in their own. Like, so for instance, someone who's not been molested as a child, or someone who hasn't like had like a history of abuse, may go on to be an abuser, or may go on to be a child molester. And whilst Johnny Depp may not have had like these feelings of a need to abuse his wife, then it may have materialized now. Like, obviously, it's all hypothetical because he may well not have done anything. Like,
actually, all the evidence presented in the case says that he didn't. See, that's the thing is, and getting back to feminism, one of their main things is like take the Rolling Stone thing, the thing that might kill that magazine, the university rape. When it was found out beyond a shadow of a doubt that there was absolutely no rape that ever took place to anyone, all the feminists of the blogosphere said, well, just because there wasn't a rape right there doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. It's like, well, yes, of course, college rape does happen. But A, not as often as you think, and B, it wasn't in this case. So why are we still trying to keep this thing alive? I mean, right now, Rolling Stone is fighting for its life. Also, if you to go one step further, Emma Sokowitz, who was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be a liar, to have not been raped, to have had consensual sex with the dude just dumped her. She was the chick that carried around the mattress. And she's proven to be basically a liar. And filed a false police report. She didn't get in trouble for that. And the guy has had his academic career destroyed and has had a lot of good job prospects destroyed because of a lie. And of course, the feminists of the internet rallied around her and said, well, it still could have happened. No, it didn't. None of the evidence says that it did. Yeah, a gut feeling's one thing. That's great. But gut feelings ain't evidence.
Well, I mean, I must confess that the two cases you're describing to me now, I'm not 100% sure of what's happened with them. I've not done my research in terms of those two particular things. So I can
tell you. I can actually tell you. Rolling Stone, and I'll do it quick. Rolling Stone is in court right now, and they are getting they're in the process of, if they lose, it's going to be such a massive amount it might kill the magazine. Because there's like 5 or 6 guys and their parents and who brought this suit against them. And Emma Sokowitz has graduated college, and she is doing a one-woman show at the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the guy is struggling to find a job.
Well, if the rape allegations against him prove to be false and she's admitted it so, then yeah, that's not on. But
she's never admitted it. She's always maintained that he raped her. Every piece of evidence, everything, the cops didn't even bother to charge him because it was not supported by any shred of anything. It was literally just her good word against his.
Well,
that's it.
Obviously, that's not nice to hear, and I do feel for the person. If what you're telling me is true, and this is what's happened,
well, unfortunately, I hate to cut you off again. That is what a lot of rape cases are. In most rape cases, there's no evidence. It's just the woman says that she's raped because they don't get a rape kit. They don't get. Now, look, if there's a rape kit, if there's a police report, I'm willing to believe if there's some evidence tying this. But if it comes down to a simple bit of hearsay or, he said, she said, sorry, we both live in the West, so our courts both work on the presumption of innocence.
Well, I mean, it is worth saying that the vast majority of rape cases that go to court do end up with the woman being found to be telling the truth, and the rapist is found guilty. So I think it's a little bit narrowing it down to he said, she said, he said, she said, is somewhat trivializing it a little bit. Well, not a little bit, a lot, to be fair. I don't see it as I mean, yeah, obviously innocent until proven guilty, and certainly we shouldn't be saying, you're guilty, you're innocent. But we need to be certainly taking the majority of people who can say things about rape are telling the truth, and it's very important that you take them seriously, because rape is a very awful thing to go through, and something that I presume you haven't gone through, and I know I haven't gone through. And whilst it's all very well us saying it's awful, but we're most likely not going to go through it. And for people who do go through it, it's an awful thing to happen. And then to have people saying, oh, well, you never know, it might not be true. Like, I think that's incredibly, like, it's a poor attitude to hold. Like, it's emotionally damaging, and it's like not taking someone seriously in a situation that really ought to be taken seriously, especially when stats like show that the majority of these women are telling the truth. And yeah, there are going to be some who lie, and those people, like, they're not nice people if you're lying about that sort of thing. If you're actively saying, oh, this guy or this woman is a rapist when they're not, that's not on. But there's so few, like, they're compared to the number of actual rapes that happen, they're so few and far between. But I don't think it's particularly fair to bring up like individual cases of a high profile like woman or a famous like incident where rape has been lied about and saying, oh, well, this means that we can't like defend these women who are saying they've been raped, and men, because men get raped too. And that's another thing. But if you want to bring us back to feminism, feminism makes it easier for us to speak about male rape and male like incidents of abuse, because they do happen, and through the lens that says that men can't talk about emotion and men can't show weakness. And certainly with the idea that, like, if you're a man and you get like I guess anally raped, then you lose all credibility. Like, feminism has helped and certainly is helping combat that. More men can come forward about it now than they do in the past. So yeah, you go ahead. I'm sure you've got stuff to say.
Okay. Okay. If you're believed, and if you're I don't want to say believed, but if your line of argument is right, and most rapists that get dragged into court go to prison, then why is one of feminism's main rallying cries is that most rapists go free? That's a rallying cry from Lacey Green, from Anita Sarkeesian, from Zoe Quinn. Marina Shut Up has said it. A lot of prominent YouTube feminists and a lot of prominent feminist bloggers have said that a rapist will go free. One of the reasons why we need feminism. Also, if that is true, then the 1 in 6 stat doesn't work. Even 1 in 6. That 1 in 6 women in their lifetime in the US will be raped. Because you would need 10 times more than the number of rape cases that the FBI puts out. You would need at least 10 times more. And that's just going with the FBI numbers. Also, if you do get raped, look, I can sympathize with you. I can hold your hand. I can let you cry on my shoulder. But if you want justice, there are things you need to do. And they might be the last things on this earth you want to do. Like going to the hospital, getting a rape kit done, going to the police immediately, telling them the story, getting the DNA and all this other stuff. If there is any video or audio evidence of it, turning it over to them. And look, I understand it might be painful to do it. I get that. But if you want justice, we need evidence. And if you wait 10 years and the only thing that we've got left is your story, what the hell do you want us to do? Also, again, I can believe them all the live long day. And I can believe in my gut that they're telling the truth. But my gut doesn't dispense justice. And if you want me to convict someone of a very serious crime that will send them to prison for decades, I'm sorry, you have to give me some tangible evidence. That's the biggest problem with rape, is that it's a crime that often comes down to he said, she said. Hell, if you were date raped, get a tox screen done immediately. Don't drink any water. Don't take a shower. Don't do anything. Like I said, naturally human compulsions would compel you to do this, but don't. If you want a conviction, we need some way to tie this guy to you. And finally, to wrap this up, as for feminism caring about male victims of domestic abuse, you are aware that at least here in the States, there was a domestic abuse shelter just for men. And feminists harassed the founder of it to the point that he killed himself because he dared have an abuse shelter that was for men only. And it generally operated at about 60 to 70% capacity. And they harassed this guy until he died because they didn't believe that men could be the victims of domestic abuse.
Well, again, I mean, I'm looking at that article now, and I have to read into that further, but I don't see. I mean, maybe it did happen, but I'm not seeing the bit where it says that the woman harassed him. And I mean, obviously, suicide's a very serious topic, and not nice.
Well, and if you want to talk about suicide, there's that famous where we got the feminist meme Big Red. She was part of a group of feminists that pulled the fire alarm because they were pissed off that there was a male-only suicide prevention talk. Because while women are 10 times more likely to attempt suicide in their life, men are 10 times more likely to get the job done because, of course, we do it differently. Women will run a bubble bath, put a CD on, get a glass of wine, and then give themselves little cuts on their wrists. Men go home, down a bottle of Jack Daniels, load a 357 with hollow points, and put it in their mouth.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's how the two genders, you know. So yeah, so again, feminists might say they're for this, but their actions tell a different story, and that's usually what I judge things on.
Well, I can't help but feel as though, sorry to cut you off, but you are like sort of taking a minority of perhaps not the best feminists to sort of speak to you on this. If you're saying, feminists are going against male like victims of this, and saying, no, you can't have your groups of people to discuss suicide and stuff, because I can guarantee now, if you spoke to the majority of feminists, they're not going to like just come out and like say, I don't care about male suicide rates, and it's not fair for like it shouldn't be complained about and stuff. Like they're not going to say that.
Well, unfortunately, it kind of gets to then why do you support a group that has so many toxic members? It'd be like me saying, well, you know, I'm a white supremacist, but I don't support re-enslaving black people. I mean, again, that'd be like saying that, all white supremacists want to do is preserve white heritage and make sure that white people are protected. No, the actions of the group dictate how the group is perceived. And I'm sorry, with the increasing amount of nonsense that feminists fight for, with the increasing amount of out-and-out bigotry and sexism, and, you know, just straight up, let's call it what it is, man-hating, I mean, what other conclusion can your average person draw?
Well, I'm going to have to seriously disagree with you on some of these points. I mean,
right.
Like I said, the vast majority of feminists do not like hate men. I think that's pretty easy to establish, like, because just speak to them. Like, and yeah, maybe there are a few who have some questionable views, but you don't listen to them. And I think it's incredibly hypocritical for you, as someone who touts themselves as an anti-feminist, to complain about toxic presence in the feminist community, when in your own comment sections you have people who make like the most outrageous like comments, and some of them coming from yourself, if I'm completely honest. Like the other day, someone claiming that every single lesbian was ugly, and then later admitting they wish they were disappeared. Another person who compared breastfeeding in public to masturbation, and essentially defended that view. People who essentially say that women like don't, like, they just complain and stuff, and are making all the like most crudest like stereotypes. They call men who defend feminism like beta males and faggots. So there's homophobia thrown in there. Like I mean, and again, I'll draw reference to the people who feel the need to actually like literally send death threats and bomb threats and go and harass women in public and stuff. And obviously, like
all right, go ahead.
I'm not trying to, like, I mean, I don't really want to bring up any Sarkeesian too much, because I feel as though there'll be a lot to say on that. I mean, we can if you want to later, but for now, all I'll say is, whilst I'll admit the majority of people who criticize her do not, or maybe don't like go this far, but there were people who were willing to actively threaten her life, which frankly, like that's more than toxic. That's like an actual crime. So for you to turn around and say, why is feminism being so toxic, when your own like side of the movement, if you want to say, is like quite vocally and quite clearly the more dangerous side, and the most possession of the more like radical individuals in terms of what they'll do. Like, I don't think it's particularly like balanced to sort of say, oh well, how's the average person going to like distinguish feminism from people who are just against men?
Now I'm going to disagree with you a lot.
Go ahead.
Because the more, I don't see my side getting games kicked off the shelves in Target in Australia. My side in Canada trying to get Canada to revoke its free speech. I don't see my side trying to get YouTube to change its policy so people like me are spurned from the get-go. Okay, I don't see my side going for safe spaces, pro censorship, and all this other stuff. That's the feminist side. You want to know what most of the anti-feminists do? Yes, there are some that take it a little too far. I'll give you that. There are some that are assholes. Most of the anti-feminists, all we do is poke holes in feminist arguments, and unfortunately, it's really easy to do. Now, yes, I may pepper in a few jokes here and there because I'm also my other job on here is to be an entertainer. Okay, so when I make a joke about Anita Sarkeesian's tits, that's just for entertainment value. But again, she's not 14. She's my age. She's 34. She's a grown woman. Grow a backbone. You know, all we're doing is fighting against this increasing amount of, and what's amazing is you haven't actually countered, you know, a lot of the feminist bullshit. You know, and again, you know, to the whole death threats and violence threats, and I got that because I made fun of a poem. I had my Twitter flooded. I had my YouTube inbox flooded. I had my Bacon Man Productions inbox flooded. By the way, Bacon Man Productions at yahoo.com if you want to send me a story. I had that flooded with death threats because I made fun of Christina Dominique and the period poem. I get death threats from feminists at the moment about once a week. So as much as you want to accuse my side of it, they're just as bad. It's just they're a little more dangerous because they grow up in a bubble where they don't think anything that will happen to them, they don't think they're accountable for anything. And for women, it's somewhat worse because traditionally, I will say, we have given women a lot more leeway than we give men. Before women had the right to vote in 1880, a woman who was fighting for prohibition went into a saloon and smashed all the kegs of whiskey. And guys just basically sent her on her way. What would have happened if a man did that? He'd have been lynched or shot.
I mean, that example is a little bit like, it's kind of a relic for one. But then also, like, do you not see that? That what are you trying to say? Like, that's 1850. Like, I don't get why that's
1880. My point is that before women even had the right to vote, they were affecting political change.
How is it? Well, yeah, obviously there were women who were still
also, you do know that women had the right to vote before 1920. In my country, at least.
Yes, but
all they had to be was property owners.
Yeah, exactly. That's not like full equality. That's the same thing in this country as well.
Yeah, well, they got it in 1920, which is about a century ago. So they've had their equality for 100 years.
Yes, but you can't just measure equality in like, who can vote. Like, it's not really as simple as that.
Well,
really,
how else am I supposed to measure it?
Well,
again, okay. I'll give you the question that no feminist has been able to answer. Maybe you can. Name me one right or privilege I have under the law that women do not enjoy. The only one that I've ever gotten is I can take my shirt off in public and cause people to pour bleach in their eyes.
Well, perhaps I'll put to you that you're asking the wrong question, and that equality isn't as easy as just saying what's in legislation, what's in law.
Like, then you're getting to, you want to dictate people's behavior and opinions, and unfortunately, you can't do that.
Well, in a way, you can. I mean, look, like, I mean, to go back to your country, 50 years ago, people would view someone like me as like subhuman in large parts, and I would certainly in the like 50s and before that, I would not have the same rights as someone like you who is white. And that would be my behaviors and opinions. They would have said the same thing that you're saying now in regarding to the black man.
Yes, you are correct, but in about 16 years that got changed. And a large majority of the country, the vast majority of the country, didn't give a sautéed rat's ass. You're talking about one very small niche of my country.
Well,
the vast majority of the country. In fact, I would actually, and also by 1958, I think it was, Klan had lost all of its power. Do you know why? The FBI did a raid, and then they found out that the Grand High Dragon, or whatever the fuck he was in the 50s, was kind of into diddling 13-year-old girls, thus ended the Klan as any sort of major threat. They're still around, but they have about 5,000 members for a population of 300 and something million people.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's absolutely accurate to say the KKK are the only sort of manifestation of racism and anti-black sentiment in the US. Like, there's still going to be like people who obviously see, the KKK isn't exactly going to look good for my image, so they're not going to be a member of it, but then still harbor like racist thoughts towards non-white or non-WASP people.
So what you're saying is now we have to control thoughts or sentiments that people keep private.
Well, you can educate people so that they don't hold like an act upon their views, can't you?
You can't do that.
Well, you can.
Then tell Black Lives Matter to stop being anti-white.
What does Black Lives have to do with any of this? Like you said, right?
Well, you said that you're talking about anti-black groups, white, pro-white, white supremacist groups, and for whatever noble thought that Black Lives Matter had, again, it's been drowned out, unfortunately. Again, I agree. Black Lives Matter started off with a halfway decent premise, but they've been corrupted, and now they are basically just a band. They're the Black KKK. And the goal.
I'm going to disagree with that, but we'll come on to that in a second. You initially said, right, behaviors and opinions can't be changed. And then I can say that opinions on groups like ethnic minorities and the LGBT community have been changed because people have been made aware through education and through knowledge about that. Oh, well, actually, black people aren't like descended from monkeys. They're not like subhuman because of education and because of like visual like equality. Like for many people, like the way to like you've broken down stereotypes is seeing a black person like in their class and saying, oh, well, they aren't like some savage. They're someone who's just the same as me, just with like darker skin. And that's been like the way that generations like racism has like gone drastically down from the days of like the Jim Crow laws. And to say that, obviously like internalized thoughts, like you can't like put a chip in someone's mind to say like, oh, don't be racist. But through societal change and through instigation of like better education and more awareness, you do change that. And so certainly if you were made like things about sexism more like prevalent in education, if you educated people on how issues affect people, which they do, and you may not want to like, I mean, I'm sure you think it's equal, but it's quite clearly not. And to suggest that because the vote was won in 1920 and all rights, like rights in law say women can't be discriminated against, like there's still problems. And I mean, and like you say, there's still problems for men too. Like, and the point of feminism is equality, and whether that's through addressing it for women and addressing it for men, like it works both ways. And to come on to Black Lives Matter, I think it's incredibly naive to say, oh, it's just a black KKK. Like, if you look at what that actually, or what the movement is actually protesting for, like, it's about police brutality, which is a very real and like effective, like affecting issue in America. Certainly, like, there's footage across the country of like, or not even like, it doesn't even have to be like physically like just beating up black people. It can literally be like double standards and like the police just assuming someone who's black is like doing something wrong for literally like in their sort of heads looking like a criminal. Like, and yeah, I'm sure there are like, again, with all movements, there are always going to be individuals who have questionable views. So there probably are one or two, like a few black people who say, the white scum must die and stuff. But to reduce the entire movement to that is just silly, I think. Like,
okay, here's my rebuttal to that. First off, to the whole thing of, people's attitude changing over time. Yes, it did, and to a certain point, you're correct. If you work with people, you start not to give a shit about the color of their skin, and I really think in this society we have really stopped giving a shit. When I was a kid, gay marriage was thought of as unthinkable, and now everyone's like, who gives a shit? But do I am I repulsed by two gay guys kissing? Yeah, kind of. Do I think it's wrong? No. Do I want to see it? No. Keep that again. And again, I extend the same thing to a guy and a girl kissing. Please don't kiss on the sidewalk. Two girls, that's fine. But then again, I also freely admit I'm a complete fucking pig. But again, when it comes to sexism, I have to ask, where is the discrimination? What can't women do? Where is this mythical discrimination where women are so oppressed? They can do every goddamn thing that I can do. They face the same challenges. They face the same hurdles. It's just, quite frankly, it seems they don't want to work for it, or they don't want to overcome the challenges. There's a reason why this wage gap argument, persists, and why it's so comically easy to disrupt or disprove. Also, getting to back to Black Lives Matter. First off, they use terrorist tactics. They disrupt. I remember a week straight where they disrupted the interstate. I am actually shocked nobody got run down. And if you want to talk about police brutality, about 250 black people have been shot by cops this year. Only 25 of those were unarmed. And of those 25, only like 7 or 8 were completely unjustified. And yes, those cops deserve to rot in jail or be burned alive at the stake. And is 250 too high? Sure, we could argue that. Look, the actual rape statistics are incredibly low. But are they too high? Sure. Would I like to live in a world with 0 deaths, 0 murders, 0 rapes? Yes. But unfortunately, that world is a pipe dream, which is another thing feminists fight for. They fight for a utopian pipe dream. What they don't want to admit is that they are equal to me in every single way that matters. The only thing that they're not equal in is ways that, quite frankly, you're never going to fix, you're never going to change, and it is just the way it is. Or give me some example of where is this discrimination. Because I don't see it under the law. And that's, quite frankly, all that matters.
Well, I'll go through all your points because you said a lot, and it will be me speaking for quite a while. So I'll let you know when I'm finished. But I was just starting to say, like, it's only the law that matters is quite an inaccurate statement to say. But let's start from the top. Gay marriage. You're saying that it would be unthinkable then, and it's now widely accepted now. Certainly for most straight-thinking people, like normal-thinking people. That's come through education and awareness. Like, that's literally like the reason people don't think like gay marriage is unacceptable, is because people have said, like, there's been education and awareness and campaigns to make people know that, oh, well, there's nothing like inherently wrong and like disgusting about two men having a like sexual relationship. So you're saying it's like you find it repulsive for two men to think, and that's your inner thought, and you don't think it's wrong as a concept on the whole.
I hate to interrupt. I hate to say this. I really have to go to the bathroom. I'm sure, Owen, you've been sitting here for a while. You want to probably refresh your water or whatever. Let's take a couple of minute break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. So about 2:42, we will be back in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Sorry, I really gotta go to the bathroom.
Not a problem.
Okie dokie. All right, we're gonna wait till.
I'm here. Sorry, I didn't realize.
All right.
Right. I can...
Yes, go ahead, keep going. I just didn't want to. I didn't want you to make a point and then me not hear it. So continue.
Yeah, sure. Right. Okay. So you're saying you find two men kissing repulsive, but you think it's okay. Like you think gay marriage is fine. I would say that I completely disagree with that. I don't think it's. I mean, I can see how you wouldn't be attracted to two men kissing, and you don't find it like sexually stimulating. But that's not the same as it being repulsive. Like, it's not like something I particularly like agree with. Like, you don't have to be repulsed by two men kissing. Like, you have to be attracted to it to see it as repulsive. Like, and I would say that most people, most people who are fine with gay marriage will say, oh, well, I'm not attracted to it, but it's not like inherent, it's not repulsive, like, because repulsive implies that it's something that's disgusting. And I know that's not what you're trying to say, but by calling it repulsive, like, you're sort of like making it out to be something that's wrong and like bad. And yeah, you may not mean it like that, but the adjective repulsive sort of implies that. Like, it's quite a stark, like, strong adjective. Let's see, sexual thoughts in your head, and you say like, couples shouldn't make out in public and stuff, and like you can't, like, well, I think you were saying that or something. Like, it was, I can't remember what it was you said exactly.
I said I do the same thing. I think straight people kissing in public is also repulsive, but I think two girls kissing in public is, well, I'll just say it, hot.
Well, do you not see a problem there? Like, why should people have to worry about what you're thinking? Like,
they shouldn't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'll just counter right now. Yes, you are correct. You are 100% correct, Owen. I find it repulsive and I find it disgusting when two men are kissing. To me, and only to me. But I also will fight like the devil to make sure that they can. That's the difference. I'm not trying to ban things that I find personally disgusting. Personally, I find Anita Sarkeesian a reprehensible lying bitch. But I will fight to the death to defend her right to say her stupid shit. Okay? I find straight people kissing repulsive to me, but I won't stop them. Yes, I find lesbians kissing hot because that's me. And I'm open about my sexuality and the fact that I like the fetish of two girls.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the difference. Let me make one last point. This is the problem and I hate to say you're on one side or the other, but this is the problem with your side, is that you seem to think for me to accept something, for me to say it's okay, I have to also be very happy about it or find it great or normal or no, I can find something I find the worship of Jesus Christ disgusting and the things that people do, but I won't stop them. That's the difference. I can accept something but be completely repulsed by it.
Well, again, I mean,
and that's a free society.
Like, going back to you're saying, like, you don't have to think some things like okay in your mind to necessarily think they're okay in life. Like, you're saying that you don't enjoy seeing straight people kiss, but you're fine for it to happen. Like, but then at the same time, you judge people and you judge women by their attractiveness. And like you've said, catcalling's natural because people just have attractions and stuff in the past. And that's where the problems lie, because you're making other people like feel bad about themselves or feel objectified and feel like you're actively like undermining them in public and just saying all these things, when like people are worth more than just being made into objects and stuff. And really, like, you want to sort of, that stems from the idea that something is like odd and a woman can be judged only by their appearance, and that's why it needs addressing, and that's why like education is needed to sort of put forward ideas to change and adapt like the way people think who do see people as just judged by their appearance to a more like mature way of thinking where a person's more than just how they look. To continue with the long sort of thing you said before you went for your like toilet break, you're saying, where's the discrimination for women? It exists in catcalling, in like sexual stereotypes. To use one example, a lot of the time, and generally that is still very much a thing. Certainly, growing up in like school and stuff. I mean, I'm going to university now, but it was only like a few months ago I was still in school. If a guy sleeps around, they're like a player, they're a hero. It's like, you get all these girls in bed, you're such a legend. And then if a girl sleeps around, it's you're such a slut, you just sell yourself, you're like you're a slag. Like, essentially all these like negative sort of words thrown around about sex, which is something which should be just like enjoyed by people who want to have sex, and then it's turned into a weapon to use against women like majority of the time. It's turned into something to like beat them with, essentially, metaphorically. And as a result, like that's one way that discrimination like literally like manifests itself. In like just in like life in general, like a lot of the time women who dress like a certain way get judged for it when really they shouldn't. Like men who essentially can't just like, they have this idea of what like a woman should look like, and anyone who doesn't is ugly and like shouldn't be taken seriously. And then women who do dress that way deserve to be like catcalled and had things just like hurled at them in public and say, you're fit, just like yelled across the street or something. Like, that's a sign of like sexism. And yeah, maybe that does happen to men sometimes too, but nowhere near the amount that happens to women. Like, there's plenty of like cases where sexism exists, and to be honest, you can just ask women, to be honest, like ask people like, you're completely equal to men, and they will tell you, because it is a very real issue. And perhaps the problem is not that like you're unwilling to see it, but that you don't see it, like, because people will say, they will give you experiences that they've had. Black Lives Matter, I have written down next. In regards to terrorism, I think that, again, there are going to be individuals who do take it to the extreme, but they're so few and far between. And if you want to talk about actual terrorism, then I would suggest looking at the countless cases of the police just like looking at someone who doesn't fit their standard of what someone should look like in terms of someone who should be there, and then deeming them a threat. So, for instance, I saw a video this week of a black person who walked on like the road to walk around a truck or something that was parked on the pavement, and then a police officer says like, what are you doing? And then it ends with the guy being arrested. And there's countless videos like that. And it doesn't even have to be like a shooting or like a beatdown. It can literally just be someone gets like suspected of being a wrongdoer when they're only like, essentially they just look out of place because a police officer thinks, black person, why are they here? like trouble. And as a result, that's why what the Black Lives Matter movement is here, because it's essentially saying that, well, like, it's not fair for black people to have to live with this sort of like mantle of being the cause of problems in society in the eyes of the police. And that's sort of where it stems from. And then I've got feminism utopian pipe dream here. Was that the one where you said that feminism wanted, or allegedly wanted, all rape to end or something?
No, I said that they want to create. The feminist pipe dream is a world where I don't even know what the feminist. No, my utopia's pipe dream was a world without murder, a world without rape, or a world without robbery. You know, it just doesn't exist, and it's never going to exist.
Well, yeah, obviously that's a very like sort of like you said utopian sort of endpoint. But again, in like the 20s, for a black person to say, "Ah, I wish there was a time when like a black person could be president, for instance, or could get a job and not have to face all this discrimination," and it might have seemed really impossible then. But again, through social progress, through change, through education, and like perhaps most prominently then through law, like that has been adapted, and now like racism is far like less prominent in people than it was like 100 years ago. And yeah, there are still problems, certainly, like more so in America than in the UK. There's problems with race and sexuality, but like it's very much like a less of an issue. But to use a stat from this country, recently 87% of people said they were completely fine with gay marriage in this country. And as recently as in 1980s, gay activity was very much frowned upon. We had national newspapers essentially like equating having AIDS to being gay, and you had certainly large factions of the Conservative Party, which were the main party during the 80s, like the leading party under Margaret Thatcher. They like were very much like anti-LGBT, sort of saw like being gay as being like depraved and stuff. And now we have like full gay rights in the eyes of the law. So that sort of shows how, whilst obviously saying, "Oh, we want no more discrimination," like that's going to be like pretty much next to impossible to like achieve, because there's always going to be idiots. Like you can whittle it down so that it's such a like frowned upon thing that it's sort of the opinion that why would anyone be like this? So with racism today, it's like, why would you actively say, "Oh, I dislike black people," or "I'm racist," or "I'm anti-LGBT"? So that's what like when feminists say like what they're aiming towards, it's not a case of saying, "Oh, we want all murder and rape to be stopped." It's we can aim for a world where they're far less prevalent and prominent things. So It's not a case of never going to fix it. It's more working towards a stage where it's far less of an issue.
Let me just again reiterate the same point I've been making. They have achieved it in every single measurable way. Women in this world are equal to men. Even your examples are bullshit. And by the way, before you judge me, most of my friends are women. Most of the time when I give these friends who are women compliments on how they look, on their nice little ass, on their hair, on their makeup, they smile.
What does that even mean?
No, my point is, you seem to think that I don't know women or I don't ask women. You literally said, "Why don't you ask women or ask a woman sometime?" I do all the fucking time. And most of them don't give a shit. In fact, if catcalling, one of my fans in here, Little Troll, responded perfectly. If catcalling, why is catcalling a thing? Because women like compliments, and that's what a catcall is. It's a compliment. It is a man saying a woman is attractive. And there are at least 4 videos on YouTube of where a feminist lost a bunch of weight, got a lot prettier, and suddenly didn't mind catcalling so much. It's a compliment. Most women like it when a guy compliments their appearance, their body, their breasts, their ass.
Right, so presumably your friends like know who you are, so it's perhaps not as like
No, these are not internet friends. These are real life friends.
Yeah, exactly. So
since
they're
high
probably
school.
fine, like with you saying stuff because they know who you are. Like if it's just some like person going down the street, they're walking along, and they say like,
they usually smile or say thanks, or maybe offer some offhand remark. If he says something like, "Hey baby, let me pull the pants down and stick my dick in your ass," she'll usually fire back. She'll usually fire back with, "You know, I would if you weren't packing a baby carrot." Basically, he's saying, pull your pants down, do your doggy style, but his dick's tiny. Okay, you get it.
Yeah,
I don't know how many conversations with women that I've worked with where all we've talked about is that, or gone back where I've complimented their appearance and it went in that direction. And also men get catcalled too. So, and also this whole notion, getting back to what you said first, everyone judges everyone. How the hell are we supposed to make determinations about people we don't know? I have made, I don't know how many videos on Anita Sarkeesian, right? I've never met the woman. All I can do is make an assumption about her based upon her behavior, based upon her past experience. Everyone judges everyone. That's another natural human thing. You're never going to have a world where we don't judge people. And we're going to judge based upon past experiences. We're going to judge based upon past knowledge. So no, everyone judges everyone. And the sad fact of the matter is, most of the time, the assumptions and the judgments are right. Like I assumed about you, you're a straight man. Well, if you're not, I don't want to out you here, but if you're not, I hit a 1 out of 10 shot. 9 times out of 10, I would have been correct.
Well, you were correct in this instance, but
okay, 9 times. If I would have had 10 guys on here, other than me, one of them would have been gay or bi. That would have been the statistical average. So no, we make and everybody makes assumptions about everything. When you get into your car to drive to college or university, you assume the car is going to start and get you where you need to go. Correct?
Right,
or
okay,
ride your bike or whatever, Okay. When you sit in your chair in your class, you assume that chair is going to hold your weight. Correct?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody makes assumptions. Getting, as for the whole catcalling thing, again, most girls that I have seen on the street, most girls I know, they just take it as a compliment, or they shout something smart ass back to them. That's how normal, rational adults handle it. The only people that go to pieces about it are feminists.
Well, seriously, right. So you're saying women take it as a compliment, or they just like say thank you and stuff. But when you say thank you, I'm sure some of them do appreciate it, but from what I've read, the majority don't enjoy being seen as like a stab of meat or just something for like people to shout comments at walking down the street.
Hold up. You said a very important word there. You said what you've read.
Well, as in first-hand accounts of it, like.
Okay, you've read a first-hand account.
Yeah.
Of somebody who already has a bias.
But no, someone who
it's like if Christy it's like if some guy got drunk enough to actually catcall Christy Winters. Of course she's going to write about it on her blog as the most horrific event to happen to her life. The same thing happened with Rebecca Watson. When she raised holy hell about how unsafe women are in hotels because some guy asked her out to coffee in the elevator. And that's all he did. He just said, hey, would you like to go to my room for coffee? She said no. He went to his phone. And literally it was a hot button issue on her YouTube channel for what, 3, 4, 5 months?
Well, I'm sure there was more to it than that. I did hear
there wasn't.
Your veiled insult to Christy Winters.
No, there wasn't. That's the thing. This is the thing that is you're looking for something more. Okay? Well, there's nothing more. A guy asked her out after they'd been drinking. Asked her I'll just say asked her out, because going back to your hotel room after a night of drinking, that's a date. She said no. He went to his phone to check his Twitter feed. That was the end of it. Nothing more, nothing less. There's nothing more.
I don't know the context of that one incident, to be honest. I was talking about...
There's no context!
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know with this person, so I'm not going to speak about her. I'm talking about the vast majority of women who don't perhaps enjoy being catcalled, and I'm telling you...
No, the vast majority of
this written down. Like, they're all there for you to read. Honestly, find first-hand accounts of this and what they have to say about it afterwards. The majority of, like, if you're saying people to say thank you, it's because they probably don't want to call the scene, have some guy come up to them and start yelling and stuff. And it can be quite, like, intimidating and devaluing to, like, have this. I mean, you're chuckling now, but...
Yes, I am, because it's ludicrous. I've done this myself. I've done this in crowd experiment where I've given women compliments, and most of them just smiled and said thank you.
Yes, but you maybe what a few of them did enjoy it, like having someone just like...
But no, where you're getting the knowledge that women don't enjoy compliments or don't enjoy, you know, a guy flirting with them is coming from a place written by a bunch of women who will end up with their cats as their husbands.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty crude stereotype for one, but then for two, like I'm telling you now, I'm reading
hold up
and accounts of this. Go on, what are you? Go on.
I'm just gonna say, look, I am also here to make jokes. Okay. Yes, but well, actually, no, that's not really a joke. That is, I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Maybe Christy Winters is married, but I can't imagine the guy that would commit to that. But part of the thing is, I'm gonna make some jokes. Go. Feel free to make jokes at my expense too. You know?
Well, you notice that in my criticism of you, I've never once made reference to like your appearance or your weight, because frankly, it undermines what I'm trying to say. Like, my points aren't reliant on the other person's like physical attributes or like anything to do with that.
Neither am I.
Well, they kind of are. I mean, I've got a point here about Anita Sarkeesian. And well, just in general with things about feminism, you often make reference to like when you're criticizing I can't remember the name of the poet, but there was like a video of a feminist reading a poem or something, and you said that like she has to like shave her armpits and stuff, and essentially you called her like a frumpy dumpy bitch or something.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
You said about Sarkeesian that she should it's really dry in her pussy or something along those lines. Right? You said she should use a PlayStation 4 controller as a dildo for her, like a double-edged dildo. You make constant reference to the fact that lesbians are people who no man would want to fuck anyway, which that's a direct quote from you.
No, actually, I don't make those things.
Oh, you do, because you're on camera.
No, I don't. I don't say lesbians are. Look, I might be talking about specific lesbians, but I am friends with lesbians that are scorching hot.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Like, you're happy to like lesbians who meet your level of attractiveness.
No, they don't want anything to do with any guy.
Well, that's not.
But they also happen to be. And look, I don't know where we're going with this, but look, if there's two lesbians that are unattractive, great. I just won't find them sexually appealing. You know, but look, part of my thing here is I have to make jokes, you know, and normally I make a joke after I make my point. You know, and yes, if I call a feminist out who is sitting there saying I'm searching for a man, well, here's a thought. Shave your damn fucking pits. I usually say God, what the fuck do I say? Pits, pussy, and there's something else. Oh, pits, legs, and pussy. Those are the 3 things women should shave.
Well, that's a social construct of beauty, really, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
So what? You're telling me that your version of what attractiveness is the sole one for every single person? And
no, I'm not saying my version of what is attractive on a woman is the universal, but I am saying that I'm going to go out on a limb and say 70% of guys agree with me that a woman is much more sexy when her pits, legs, and pussy are shaven.
Okay, well, say you're true. Why should the woman in question have to care about what 70% of these men think of what her body should look like?
I don't remember the context of the poem. I might have just been making fun of her a little bit.
Well, then that like sort of says like, well, because maybe you were making jokes in that instance, but what I watch of you, like in every single video you make about a feminist or a woman who disagrees with you, you can't help but making a comment about her appearance.
Again, normally if you watch the whole video, most of the time I spend countering the points. But again, I also have a job as an entertainer. So usually I will throw in a joke or two. And hell, maybe it's easy, to make a joke about her appearance, or maybe it is something that I find genuinely weird about her appearance. I mean, again, if you make here's a little tip: if you ever start making content, you have to be entertaining. You can't be dry, okay?
Yeah,
and if I just stuck to countering the argument, it'd be dry. So yeah, if you want an answer to that question, but the thing is, jokes are just that. They're just jokes. You're free to make any joke you want about me. Anybody's free to make any. I mean, hell, usually I give pointers on where to make fun of me. And yes, you can make a point and then tag a joke at the end of it. But your point still stands. Well, where I think you get okay, I'll go out on a limb on this. I hate to really throw them under the bus. One video that a friend of mine made on here, the Atheist Gamer, was really mean-spirited. Like, he didn't actually counter the girl's points. And all he did was really attack her appearance and her weight. And it's like, okay, well, where's your damn point? And then, to me, if he really wanted it to go away, he should have paid the $50. Because he bet her $50 that she wouldn't respond. She did. Well, and look, I get sometimes anti-feminists can go a little overboard. But, usually with at least me, I try to at least make a point before I make a joke. Or at least pepper it with 90% points. Anyway, I don't know how the hell we got on this thing, but...
Well, open debate, I guess. So, anything is possible. Let's see. You were saying about how... I'm trying to find where it was. You said about like how you need to make jokes and stuff. Like, firstly, I mean, I don't think comedy is sort of constringent on like debasing the appearance of women who you disagree with on the internet, which, let's be honest, you do. And some of the things you say, like, it goes beyond just like saying that you find someone ugly. It's like pretty horrible stuff. Like, you called lesbians like dykes at one point, so it's not like it's just like the odd throwaway line.
Well, lesbians are dykes.
Well,
what's the problem?
It's not exactly, and then gay people faggots and stuff. Like, it's not exactly a very like pleasant thing to say.
Look, I will say, okay, I'll admit, usually I use the term dyke for a very militaristic, feminist, lesbian who wants to, destroy men. Unfortunately, that's where the term dyke came out of. As for faggot, that term originated, I think, in like the 40s or something. I know over in Britain it's a cigarette.
Well, a fag rather than a faggot, but
whatever. Now, as we've gotten along and, you know, we've moved on, to me, faggot kind of means like just like the next level of asshole. Like there's normal asshole faggot. And yeah, I've called a lot of straight people faggots. To me, if I wanted to construe it to homosexuality, a gay person or a gay guy is somebody who, and I'll take that back. I'll throw it to the lesbians. A gay guy and a lesbian chick are just normal adults, male and female, that find sexual attraction in the same sex. But their sexuality doesn't encompass them. A dyke and a faggot, on the other hand, their sexuality is everything they are. Everything they do is in coordination, conjunction with the fact that they happen to be gay. Like, that's the difference. You know, if that makes sense.
I mean, I can see like where you're sort of coming from. I mean, I don't agree with it at all. But,
you know, like the lesbians that won't shake a man's hand because they don't want to be touched by a man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not a very wide issue.
Oh, probably not. Like I said, and also there's not a wide contingent of gay guys that dance around the street with nothing but a sock on their dick. But it still exists.
Well, like, even if there are like perhaps more stereotypical gay people and lesbians, that still doesn't mean you can just go around calling them faggots and dykes. And you're saying you insult your friend.
Why not?
Sorry?
Why not?
Why
Again,
not?
it's just a word. It's just a word. It's just a word. Well, it's not like exactly pleasant, is it? If you were in that, like, if you had someone saying, "Oh, your sexuality is a stick to beat you with," like, I don't think that's on, really. Like, that's not something which is like particularly pleasant. It's like, for instance, you wouldn't probably call a black person a monkey because it's not nice, but you know, a monkey's just a word, so why would it affect you? Like, it's the same sort of thing. Like, I don't agree with calling like gay people overly like stereotypically like more gay, like people who are like very like renounced in their attraction to men, like just calling them faggots because you think their sexuality is like being overemphasized. That's not on, if you ask me. Like, and you're saying you call your like straight friends faggots. A lot of people call faggot is using an insult, and gay, because essentially you're associating being gay as being negative. And I don't know the context of why you call your friends, like, if you're insulting a friend, you might call them a faggot. I mean, I can make an assumption, but you know, I'll let you sort of. I'll ask you now. Why do you insult your friends by calling them a faggot? What have they done to? Like, what would the situation be for you to call them a faggot? Usually, honestly, the situation is irrelevant. Usually, I just spot off and call them a faggot. Take Steve Shives. Steve Shives is a faggot.
Why is he a faggot?
Is a faggot. Why is Steve Shives a faggot?
Yeah.
Because Steve Shives says incredibly stupid shit that we can happily get into, that I've disproven 6 ways from Sunday, won't defend it, and he just acts very bitch-like. He will just say things and then shut himself off. He won't fight. Like, this is my big gripe with Sarkeesian. If she would engage one of us, and she would make, do you have any, and if, this is the thing that's weird to me. I used to think she was all about the money. I am wondering what she is, because if she was all about the money, she would have taken up The Amazing Atheist and made buku money. Can you imagine that on YouTube? Anita Sarkeesian versus TJ Kirkland?
That would be a crowd drawer, shall we say?
Yeah, she could have got that shit sold on internet pay-per-view. it's just to me somebody is, like I said, it's like a super asshole. You know, it's like when you say like on the internet, when I usually use it to decry a person, it's generally they're being dishonest, lying, using faulty information. Usually they won't respond to it, you know, and again, to me, it's more in line with asshole. I mean, I've called ladies faggots on here. So,
well, I mean, I called
Jenny McDermott a faggot.
You say calling people faggot is incidental. It's not to do with their sexuality. It's more just like an insult to someone who's being overbearingly like assholic or something. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
So
yes.
The word faggot, as I take it, derives from, in this instance, someone who's gay. That's a slur word for someone who's gay. So at the end of the day, the insult still stems from like homosexuality being a negative trait and therefore being an insult. Hence why it's not like something which is what I would be using to call people. And at the end of the day, a lot of people use it to sort of signify like weakness, or like you said bitch, like, which again is another thing which supposedly signifies weakness, because if you're acting like a bitch, then that stereotypically like comes from someone who's acting weak and like.
Again, it's like, well, what the fuck are we supposed to call these people that are acting like a bitch?
Well, use like words, like you sort of invalidate.
What word? What are the SJW approved words? Because I'm actually curious. What am I actually supposed to fucking use? Well,
the English dictionary is a big and wide book, and there's lots of adjectives you can use to form sentences.
What? You're supposed to be my teacher to lead me to the light. What words would you? Okay, I take that back. What words would you use? In this situation.
What do you mean? Well, like when I'm criticizing, if I were to criticize,
if you were criticizing somebody and you thought they were weak and stupid and ineffectual and just plainly wrong and running from any criticism, what would you use?
When I criticize your videos, for instance, what words would I use?
Exactly. Typically, your criticisms are, well, hate to say it, buddy, kind of dry.
Dry? Well, we're not meant to be particularly humorous.
Dry.
And I'm just answering your points, aren't I? But you'll notice that I don't need to call you a faggot.
Well, you're not actually answering my points. You know, I hate to bring this up, but again, we kind of been dancing around it a little bit. You still haven't answered the question. You've routinely referred to catcalls, but again, you know, if I say faggot, does that kill anyone? No. If I say dyke, does that kill anyone? No. You know, but the fact that, you know, feminism is still being taken seriously, I hate to say it, that has killed. And continues to kill.
Right.
And I can prove it.
So, for one, right, instilling like the idea of faggot and dyke as normalized, sort of acceptable things to say, that leads.
It should be. No,
it should be.
It should be. You want to kill a word. You want to kill all these quote unquote hate words.
Well, you obviously don't want to like erase them, but for instance, less white people or less racist people openly say the word nigger because they know they're going to be frowned upon in society than like say 50 years ago, even 20 years ago, to be honest. Like,
yes, but if you want to rob nigger of its power, then normalize it. And then it dies a slow death. Like, this is the thing with Germany that is irritating me. They've made illegal, I think in your country, I don't know in your country, but I know in France and Germany, it's illegal to be a Nazi.
Yeah, you can't have like swastika or Nazi insignia or stuff.
Okay, so your country too. In my country, it's perfectly legal. And in my country, the Nazis are laughed at. Anyone who's a member of the American Nazi Party is laughed at and has mud thrown at them.
Well, that's the point, isn't it?
Yes, your country, though, is doing something a little more dangerous. By dragging it into the underground, you give it a place to fester. And my thing is, if you want to eliminate hate and racism and sexism and all these isms, drag them out into the public sphere and let them be known. Let them be seen, and then let people decide. And generally, stupid ideas that hold no water when put up to task will be shown to be idiotic. And by the way, I would like to point out Owen McDonald is the first person to ever get to use the N-word here on this program. And I'm debating a black guy. It's all right, I think. I'm sure I'll be shot by some U of M student.
I'm sure you will. No, just joking.
Well, but no, it's true. If you want to devalue a word's power, drag it out into the open. Say, okay, it's okay to say it. Like,
have discussions around it. Sorry?
Or have discussions around it. Have debate about it. Regaling how stupid it is, and also regaling how little it affects someone.
Right, but you're saying all of this, right? And then you're happy to, like, if you're saying that about words like nigger, and then I'm saying it about the word like faggot, and then you're saying it's okay to call people faggots, then what's your point? Like, I don't see...
My point is that if I call somebody a faggot, okay, and I do it as a mild insult, it should be construed in the same way as me calling them stupid, dumb, moron, dipshit, asshole. You see where I'm going with this?
It holds more weight, like, in terms of the actual context.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it does.
No, it doesn't, and it shouldn't.
It insinuates homosexuality with weakness and wrongness.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I'm sorry, but all you got to do to look at homosexuality as not being weak is look at fucking Darren Young. Or look at, I can't think of his name, the gay guy in the NBA, I can't think of his name. Or look at any of the gay Olympic athletes.
Yeah, obviously
like,
there's
thousands of examples of very strong gay guys. Or hell, look at Truman Capote, who went to rural Kansas as an openly gay guy in the 60s.
It shouldn't take athletes, though, to, like...
It didn't. It took a writer.
What?
I said Truman Capote went to rural Kansas as an openly gay man in the 60s.
Yeah, no, I heard all that. That's the whole, like, point of it. It shouldn't just be, like, athletes and stuff. Like, obviously it's good to have them sort of saying, oh, well, gay people aren't, like, wrong, or like free in the public eye. But then just with normal everyday, like, life, like, you shouldn't need to have a word, like, that's essentially like a crude word for a gay person as an insult. Like, again, you wouldn't, like, for instance, it'd be ridiculous saying, that's black, or you're black or something as an insult, because it just sounds like ridiculous. Like, so why should you have the same words for gay and, like, lesbians?
Okay, again, right now I get criticized all the time whenever I talk about Black Lives Matter and bring up, numbers, these things that can't be changed. I just say that I get called all the time on I'm a white person, so I have no reason to say anything. When I say, like, black people like to say that they invented dreadlocks. No, they didn't. No, they actually didn't.
What does that have to do with the word faggot?
Nothing. But my point is that you're getting me into a corner where, because I'm a cis straight male, I apparently can't say it. My point is that the words dyke and faggot used as an insult, in at least the context that I use them, is not against a lesbian or gay. Okay?
That's my point. You're saying, like, faggot to anyone as just a generic insult, when, like, that essentially normalizes the idea that you can just use, like, a gay...
Because it's lost its original meaning. I mean, how the word faggot originally meant a bundle of sticks.
Yeah.
That's what faggot meant.
Yeah, but it obviously doesn't mean that now, does it? Like you,
Well, obviously, faggot doesn't mean gay guy now, does it?
no, yes, it means that. That's the point. That's why it's.
According to who?
Oh,
According
just,
to who? You?
well,
Shall we do a poll?
Oh my god, it's quite widely like if you say, "Oh, this person is a faggot," then you'll know. Like if you were to say, "What is a faggot?" then people will be able to tell you what the definition is. Like it's
I
not.
guarantee you, if I were to, I guarantee you, if a guy was walking hand in hand with his wife
Mm.
and he was stopping to admonish some pottery, and somebody said, "My God, that guy's a faggot," everyone would agree with that guy, even though he's clearly not gay.
Well, do you not see a problem with that? The reason they've
No,
called him a faggot, yeah, is because they're essentially saying, "Oh, what a weak guy that is. He's admiring the beauty of nature." That's not like that stems from like the traditional idea of like men not having emotions, which I know you'll say, "Oh, it's just SOW stuff," but let's be honest, that's where it stems from. The essentially the idea of a man acting more feminine, like stereotypically or traditionally. Hence, well, that must mean that he's gay. Therefore, we'll call him a faggot. And I am like, there's more to it, but at heart, that's what it is.
Well, my point had him holding hand in hand with his wife, so obviously gays out.
Well, no, but that's the point. He's acting like in the eyes of the people calling him a faggot, stereotypically gay, which is perceived a bad thing, and hence the insult.
No. Look, I'll admonish guys if they start bawling over nothing.
Honest guys like crime.
Like nothing is, oh, that pizzeria your dad took you to is closing down. Yeah, stop crying. But I'll tell you this: if somebody dies, go ahead, bawl your eyes out. I bawled my eyes out when my dog died. You know, personally, I like Zach Wilde's thing. If a man hasn't bled once and hasn't cried once, he's not a man. Here's the thing, though. It's more like how he's acting. Okay. The thing is it so wrong? Is it so wrong to act like a man?
What do you mean by act like a man?
I mean just that. Act like a man.
Well,
you know, I mean, you're giving me all these things where it's like, oh, the guys will do this. No, the guy is sitting there admonishing a pot of pretty flowers. Like, no, well, you're acting like a faggot.
Well, I'm gonna.
You're worried about.
You. Like, I don't see it as a problem really that some men like to admire the beauty of nature or like a pot of flowers. Like, how is that like? Oh, it's not acting like a man. Like, what does like if you're so like constrictive what masculinity is, then really like I don't see why it's I don't think that's a good like way to view things. Like, it's just pointless because you're essentially saying, "Oh, men like can't delve into their emotions." And so what if the guy wants to admire some flowers? Like, how does it hurt anyone? Like, what does it matter
well, it
if he doesn't meet? Well, that's the point.
Doesn't.
Why is it like, oh, why can't you act like a man?
Why can't other men then stand in judgment of that man? Why can't I, as another man who doesn't do that, and the vast majority of men don't, why can't we stand in judgment and make a few jokes at his expense?
Well, it's a bit like silly, really, isn't it? I don't see why you'd need to. Like, are you that like insecure about your own masculinity that you need to just like lambast people who don't fit your like stereotype of what a man should be?
No, this is where feminism has really fucked up guys.
We don't. You just said that a man can't like look at flowers without people judging him and making jokes at his expense.
I know. I have to pee again, so my mind's on that.
Yeah. Come back in a few minutes.
Yeah, sorry, I got a goddamn bladder. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, sure, okay. Hello?
Alrighty.
That's good.
Yes, I am. I cannot believe you haven't let me go to the bathroom yet. Of course, I don't know. Maybe.
So.
Oh, maybe my goddamn bladder shrunk down to the fucking size of a goddamn dime. Anyway, getting back to my point, I was kind of thinking of this in the bathroom. I am kind of curious, Owen. My definition of a man, is look, somebody who could smell the pretty flowers, take the insults, and accept the fact that there are going to be guys like me that might snicker a little for him smelling the pretty flowers. And this is the point that I think me and you are having the huge impasse at. Because we allow something just because it is in society and nobody does a damn thing to stop it, doesn't mean everyone has to like it. Doesn't mean it can't be made fun of. Doesn't look, gay sex can be made fun of. I hate to bring this up, but I hate to, just because we allow something doesn't mean we can't make fun of it. And this is where we're having this impasse where it's like you seem to think that for us to have a thing in society, everybody has to accept it and everybody has to embrace it and everybody has to be 100% on board with that. And that's not going to happen ever. There's always going to be people that are going to disagree with it. Like I said, I will do nothing and fight against any attempt to get gay marriage criminalized again in this country. But I still find the sight of two guys sucking each other off or making out repulsive and disgusting.
Right. Well, we've already sort of touched on
my point. Let me finish my point.
Yeah, fine.
So my question is to you, Owen, what is exactly in 2016, because you're a new man, you're going to be coming into the world, what is exactly required to be a man, according to you?
Being a man, it's going to sound generic, but it's whatever the man wants to be. I mean, I don't see why there has to be such a rigid, set stone rules of what masculinity is. And the fact it means so many different things to so many different people sort of makes it even more ludicrous that you'd say men should be able to snigger at someone who wants to smell flowers. That guy shouldn't have to because it's all very well saying, oh, it's just a joke, why can't he just take a joke? But imagine if something you did which you thought was just normal part of your life was mocked by all these people saying you're not a real man, faggot and stuff. That would probably affect you. And maybe it's the more thick-skinned people would be able to take it on the chin and sort of just sort of fight against it and not take it to heart. But lots of people do take it to heart. And it's such a silly thing for people to gripe over, which I don't see why masculinity has to be such a rigid thing. It can mean so many different things to different people, as can femininity. So I would say if you're asking me what does it mean to be a man, my answer would be whatever it wants to be for that person. It doesn't need to be set in stone.
I suppose my counter is look, having the thin skin, having a thick skin doesn't really have anything to do with gender. It just has to do with being an adult. If you're over the age of 21, or actually, 18, when somebody calls you a nasty name, you should brush it off. This should not be something that sends you into a downward spiral, that sends you into a concave of therapy and safe spaces.
Right.
My only other point is, I never actually said that masculinity was a thing, or you had to follow any rules. If you'd like to know my rules of being a man, they're pretty simple. And the only one I can think of actually right now is A couple. Love your family. If you're a true-born male, aka not a transvestite, but if you're a true-born male, recognize that most of the women in your life you're 3 times stronger than. So don't hit them. And what?
What that? So the second part of being a man is recognizing that you're 3 times stronger than women, so don't hit them. What, like, is that not just? Is that
don't
really like? Well, no, I don't agree. You should hit anyone really, but I don't like. Go ahead. It's just like, I just find it a little bit funny. You keep on saying the rules of manhood. Go on.
And 3. Well, there's only one left. Be honest. If you're saying you're going to do something, fucking do it. I think the first, and I think all 3 can be applied to womanhood too.
So honesty, loyalty, and like not beating
the shit out of somebody weaker than you, basically, or not beating something that doesn't even have a shot against you, which most women don't.
Well, I mean, I would adapt the point about not beating up the weak as to
most of the time. Most of the time, don't hurt the weak.
Well, are they not just sort of concepts for life? Like, are they not just like those sort of things? Are they not just what you should aim towards anyway, regardless of what your gender is? Like, I don't see. Like, if you, no matter who you are, like you should try and aim. I want to be like good to people who are good to me. I want to be like an honest, truthful person. Like, that doesn't necessarily need to be like, be a man, be these things. And then, like, when I'm saying like being a man is whatever you want to be, like, I'm criticizing people who say masculinity is about being strong, being like a macho guy who like can't show emotion and has to be the like loudest voice and stuff, and criticizing that. And then also taking aim at people who say, well, if you do traditionally feminine things like looking at flowers, which like that's a bit silly to say, that means you're not a real man. Hence why I don't necessarily like agree with the idea of just it's okay to call people faggots for it.
Well, you're also assuming that all gay people have a affinity for gardening.
I didn't assume that, but I said stereotypically.
We said look at flowers. I mean,
well, you said the pots. I assumed like you were talking about flowers. Hence, that's where that came from.
Look, you know, you know what? I've actually lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Well,
sorry, I totally drew a blank there. Like I had a point and then died.
Happens to the best of us. So the reason I snickered when you said recognize that women are 3 times weaker than you, like it sounded just funny. Like as a man, I recognize that women are weaker than I am by 3 times. Like it's I don't see why like how strong you are or how weak you are should play into it. Like you just aim to be a nice person regardless of what sort of person like what build you are.
The reason I said that is because look, in almost every contest, if it's a man versus a woman in pretty much any physical contest, the guy's gonna win.
Are they?
You know, the reason I said that is because, you know, a guy that beats the shit out of a woman, well, I call him a cowardly cuck piece of shit. You know, because you beat the shit out of something that had no chance against you.
Well,
you know,
are you still going or?
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm not.
Well, I think generally, unless it's like unless the situation demands it, then yeah, you shouldn't aim to beat up anyone. But I don't like the idea that you shouldn't beat someone up just because they're a woman and they're probably weaker than you. Like that doesn't really like stand as a very good argument with me. Like the
Well, so whoa. So you're saying that I should beat up a woman because
no, that's not what I said.
That's more well, you just said I shouldn't hit a woman because they're probably weaker than me, which I know they actually are.
No, but the logic shouldn't.
What, I shouldn't
just like assume the woman is weaker because women are generally weaker than men.
I I assume they're weaker because, yes, in 90% of the time, they're weaker.
Yeah, the idea that they
By
can't
a
defend
lot.
themselves and you just automatically win. Like,
yes, in a fist fight, 90, hell, I'll go 97% of the time. In a fist fight, a man is going to win by a pretty bad margin.
97% of the time.
Yes. Owen, I don't know. Do you follow boxing at all?
I don't follow boxing, but
okay.
There are female boxers.
In the I don't know how old you are, but in the 90s, they used to allow men and women to box one another. And then all of a sudden, and I couldn't get anything on this, except one report of a death in the ring. But I couldn't get the gender of the person. The next day, every single boxing promotion worth a damn made it men versus men, women versus women. And this went by weight classes only. The original thought was that because they weigh the same, they'll hit about the same. And the answer is no. Men hit with about 30 more pounds of force than women do. Even at the same weight. Look, there's a reason why sports are separated. There's a reason why MMA is separated. There's a reason why everyone laughed their ass off at Ronda Rousey, one of the most dangerous women in the world, in the octagon, when she said she wanted to fight Floyd Mayweather. There's a reason why people even laughed their ass off when Tank Abbott accepted her challenge and she tried to get it going. You know, just no.
I'm not, well, in those cases, yeah, they're professionals who are pushing their bodies like to the limit. So it's natural
even in, look, I hate to cite a feminist statistic, but why do most of the deaths of domestic abuse come to women? Well, look, there's no chance they can beat us.
Well, I don't really like the narrative of like the strong men beating up the weak woman. Like, it obviously, like, in general,
that's
like,
reality. That's reality.
Well, obviously, yeah, domestic abuse.
I didn't decree this. I didn't decree this, and neither did my mythical patriarchy. Nature decreed women are weaker than men.
On average, men are stronger than women. Yeah, I've not disagreed
quite a bit
with that.
Stronger.
But it's not like the way when you say like men should never hit women, that essentially assumes that women are like weak and fragile and should be protected, which plays into the narrative that women can't fend for themselves, which they can. Like,
okay, so wait a second. So according to you, how many slaps do I get?
What do you mean? How many slaps do you get?
You're saying women are weak and fragile and should never be hit. That plays into the narrative of patriarchy.
I was criticizing that.
If women are strong and capable, but I'm still stronger, so I got to have a limit. How many slaps do I get?
So you're saying if you're being beaten up, then how long before you like attack?
No, I just mean if she burns the roast again. No, I mean no. You can't have this double standard.
Where's the double standard? What have I said?
Apparently, they're strong. They're as strong and as capable as I am. Yet you just said not more than 5 minutes ago that they were weak, little, delicate flowers.
When did I say
what is it?
Flowers.
5 minutes ago.
When did I? How did I say that? I said that. In fact, I was criticizing the narrative that said that all women are that. All I've said is that women on. I'm saying that like.
But reality. Okay. I got my original point back. Unfortunately, reality is against you.
What do you mean? Reality is against me? Like I've not disagreed with the fact that the strongest men are stronger than the stronger women, and like in general, the average
vast majority of men are stronger than all the women on the earth.
Well,
You have to have a particularly weak male or a particularly, I hate to say it, pussy male that won't stand up for himself. And yeah, but no, I mean, all you got to do is look at Olympic weightlifting records or running records or any athletic records.
Yes, well, I've already said that the strongest and the fastest men are going to be stronger and faster than the woman because of nature. But my point is that you can't like just say like the criticism initially was that like you shouldn't beat up women because like men are stronger. That sort of that's playing into the statistics side of things and not the actual like personal side of things, which is just like the idea that men should just be able to assert themselves or can assert themselves over women due to their like physical advantage on average. Like I don't see like why that's necessarily needed in the argument that a man shouldn't be violent to people. Like the reasoning shouldn't be, oh, don't be violent to women because they can't defend themselves. Like it should be like, don't be violent to people.
No, actually, that is the reason. No, don't be violent to women because they can't defend themselves.
Well, they can. If I'm pretty sure.
No, they can't.
Well, maybe some, I'm sure sometimes.
Again, okay, then why the fuck didn't they allow Conor McGregor to fight Ronda Rousey? Why the fuck didn't they allow Ronda Rousey to fight Floyd Mayweather, who would have been at a disadvantage in a UFC cage?
Rules of UFC. I mean, I'm not really that well like read on that sort of stuff, but I will say that again, those Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather are people who are professional of like fighting and boxing and combat sports.
Floyd Mayweather would have had the same advantage James Toney had when he fought Randy Couture, and Toney didn't get a shot off. Okay,
I mean,
but he was also fighting another man. In every measurable sense, women come up short when it comes to physicality.
On average, and the stronger.
No, by quite a bit, not on average.
Okay, well, the fastest, like, is it?
Look, I'm not going to accept this argument. You know, you're trying to say that I'm sexist for saying a man shouldn't hit a woman because she has no chance. She doesn't.
Well, I didn't actually say sexism in my point, and I think you may have interpreting my argument. I'm trying to say that there should be more like moles to a person than just women are, or a person is weaker than another person. Therefore, I shouldn't.
Well, you're talking in the purely physical sense, and I hate to bring this up. This is what we are talking about. Women are weaker by quite a bit.
I wasn't talking in the purely physical sense, though. That's the assumption you made.
Okay, how are they strong in the mental sense?
Well,
compared to us.
Well, mental strength is like, that's not biological, is it? That's not like men are mentally stronger than women. Like,
actually, hate to bring it up, it's been medically proven that women are quicker to hysteria and tears.
Well, that and emotion. Like, okay, I'm sure there are some women who are more emotional, but that doesn't mean that a woman isn't just as capable of like being.
No, I mean on average, a woman is quicker to break down emotionally than a man.
Well, in part, that's due to the way like society genders things.
No, I think it's actually the makeup of our brains, where women are better at multitasking and men are better at single tasking. That's why even in like a traditional thing like cooking, most of the top spots are dominated by men. Most of the top chefs in the world are men.
That's not necessarily to do with like what I'm saying for one, but there's more external reasons.
Most of the top bakers in the world are men.
Judged by what? As in like how much money they make or the stature?
No,
audits?
No, and how good their food is.
How would you judge how good a food is? Is it like a Surely that's like, is
Oh,
that
I
like,
don't know. The number of customers lining outside their goddamn door, for
well, that's
one.
not to do with food solely, is it? That's like, there's a lot of other things. You could be like an amazing chef, but if you're in like, if you're based in some like town somewhere instead of like a major city with like tourist attractions and like worldwide like attention,
Oh, I
then
don't know. Only little towns. You've probably never heard of them. Los Angeles and New York.
no, that's, I think you might have missed my point again. Like, there's more to do with like the quality of food as to how well a chef's food sells. Like, that's what I'm saying. If you're a really good chef, but you're
A
cooking
chef
for,
food sells because it's good.
yeah, obviously you need to
End
make
of
good food.
story.
Well, no, because if you're in a restaurant that's in a more populated area, then it doesn't matter how good your food is to a degree. Like
Yes,
once
it
you're,
does. Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
once
it
you're
matters worse. In fact, it matters worse. Why? You have more
worse.
competition.
Well, that's no, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if your chef isn't once obviously like you want food to be edible and taste nice, but once it's past that point, like, and once you're at the sort of higher end, like higher tier quality food, like it's got loads to do with like geography, like the sort of chef you are,
No, it
whether you
doesn't.
work.
No,
I mean, no,
no.
it does.
I mean, no. You're just wrong. You could
So
have a
the
4-star restaurant, and if your food tastes like shit, nobody is coming there. You want to know how restaurants become 4 stars? They
how?
earn them over time. You
Yes,
don't
but
automatically become 4 stars.
you said
Okay?
the
They earn
chefs.
them over time.
You said the best chefs are the best because they, well, I think it was make the most money or something, or they like bring the most customers.
No, the best chefs, I know actually what I originally said. The best chefs are the most obsessive, and the most obsessive ones are men.
Well, there's
I said the
more
best chefs are men.
the best. Well, there's no like way of really like. Actually, that's what I said. There's no way of measuring it, like with just food sales.
Yeah.
And you said, "Oh, the number of customers
And
they get."
yes, there is number of customers, Michelin stars,
Right. So
years it's been around, tasting it for
num
yourself, although that's opinionated. Uh, Look, there are ways to measure this.
and I'm saying that number of customers and ranking from an organization which is a corporate organization, they are things that have more than like external factors than just like the quality of the food and the measure that goes into the production of the food.
Isn't it amazing that we've been debating for about 2 hours now?
It is.
And we've gone so far from feminism.
Society-based
But no, the, the reason these restaurants keep their shit is because they keep producing quality. Okay?
well,
There
yeah,
there
obviously.
there's no middle ground here.
Well, there
They
is
become
because
the top because they are the best. If they weren't the best, they would lose it. Michelin takes stars away all the time.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously, once you get to a certain like, you have to be quality. You can't just be like a half decent chef. You have to be really good. But if you're based in like the middle of New York in Times Square, rather than in some like town in like a state which perhaps isn't as like urbanized and maybe like has loads of smaller towns rather than a big metropolitan area like New York or Los Angeles, then you're going to like have more customers in New York. Hence, you've got more sway when it comes to like the amount of money you can make and Michelin stars. And also, hence why generally, like just in any sort of genre, like topic of things, urban areas tend to produce more like productivity in terms of like that sort of thing, like chefs and stuff, and like um money making things than rural areas because there's more productivity because there's more people. Like there's more money to be made in that system.
Okay, well, okay, if we go with your model, and the reason there's more 3-star, 4-star Michelin restaurants in an area is there's more people and more blah, blah, blah. Well, we could apply maybe the same model to women in the workforce. Women make up half the population of the country, yet they're sorely lacking behind in Well, CEO positions, representatives, senators. Again, we're probably going to get our first U.S. president here in a minute. Maybe it's because they don't want to run.
Well, I would again disagree. As I said earlier, CEOs, the top positions of these businesses and companies, which by the way, I'm not particularly.
Oh,
I'm
by the
not
way, would you like to know? I hate to bring this up. The CEO of Yahoo recently got investigated by the FBI because she was firing men for basically having a dick.
Well, that again, I'm not sure the validity of what you've just said, but that's one person, and the that doesn't really denigrate the woman in other positions. Like, I don't see how that one individual, like for instance, to say the same thing, Margaret Thatcher was recently voted the worst prime minister the UK has ever had. But that doesn't mean that female politicians aren't going to are not going to suddenly plummet in value because one woman we had was bad. I personally think Margaret Thatcher was one of the worst politicians the world's seen, but that doesn't necessarily mean I think every woman has now been affected. I don't devalue other women based on one, and that's the same with this. If this one CEO was abusing her position, and yeah, that's obviously bad, but you can't just say, well, no woman can now let her values drop because of this one person. But going back to what I was saying. CEOs and senators and congressmen or any position of power, there's more to it than just a straight choice. You want to apply, okay, put your name down here. But there's structuring. You work your way up a corporate ladder or political ladder, and there's factors which determine your chances. And yeah, I mean, it's easy for you to say, well, we're not applying, but it's more a case of the women haven't got the grounds to apply because they've not made their way up far enough, and it's harder for them because of the other factors, discrimination and stuff, and misrepresentation, unequal factors, and the prejudices of people above them. So yeah, it's not just a case of the best person for the job gets the job, or the best people do the best because they are the best. It's more to it. It's more complex than just they're not running for it.
Actually, yeah, it is. The reason that women don't get the positions is because, quite frankly, they don't run for it. They don't care about it. And again, we have this little thing called maternity leave where they're gone from the company for 3 months or 4 months or whatever the fuck it is. Also, again, why would, from a company standpoint, you put faith into somebody who is going to be gone for 4 months? Why would you give them the promotion? Why? They're going to be gone. Unless they can somehow work from home or something. But most new mothers don't want to do that. Most new mothers want to spend every goddamn minute doting over the goddamn baby. As for you know what? I guess that's my only point. Fuck it.
Well, I would add that there's paternity leave as well as maternity leave, which means that obviously fathers can choose to take time off work as well as mothers, which, by the way, feminists have campaigned for, and feminism is making awareness of the fact that fathers can be involved more directly with the upbringing of their child. Just to add that there, but I don't think you can sort of say, well, the maternity leave is something to stop women from getting promotions.
Oh yes, I can.
Why can you?
Okay. Say I am the president of a company and I've got a big project and I put all my faith in 2 people. One of them is you, Owen. One of them is a woman. The woman, about a month into a 6-month project, let's say this project is going to be 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
She leaves for maternity leave. You basically do most of the project on your own. Why the fuck? And this is what happens, by the way. Why the fuck wouldn't I promote you at the end of, let's say, next year? Because you did this whole goddamn thing on your own. Because she left for
So what,
6
promotions
months.
based on like just these two? This is
Unfortunately, that's where feminists fail. They don't see why a maternity leave should affect performance. Well, you're not there, bitch.
It's not as simple as just that. I mean, there's more.
Yes, it is. I just gave you I just gave you an example. I gave a project between two coworkers, you and a female. The female, after 1 month of this 6-month project, drops out to have a baby. You do the whole project on your own. Why in the fuck should I not promote you over her? This is the thing that has been infuriating me this entire debate, Owen. You are a fucking feminist apologist. You keep making excuses for them. I have to think
excuses
you are smart enough to see through this horse shit. I don't know why you keep doing this.
Right, so if in reality promotions were entirely based on performance, and I have like shown my weight in this scenario, then yeah, it's fair to promote me over this like woman.
You've already lost me. You've already started out with entirely based on performance. That is what promotions are based on, not whether you have a dick or vagina.
Well, at the end of the day, it is not. Like, there was, you can cite this example, and I'm sure there are, but then there's other examples of women who have worked hard and who have like done the requirements, and then
where?
Sorry, everywhere.
Where?
Like
everywhere. Where? Email.
Again.
Example.
Sorry? Example. You didn't give me an example just now. You gave me a hypothetical. So
I give you a hypothetical because it is common. Because of this era of the PC.
You're saying you want me to give you an example, then you're saying, oh, it's common, when I've literally just said the same thing.
I'll give you that. All right, I'll give you that. All right.
Anyway,
but
go ahead.
Well, I mean, give me an example of the mythical glass ceiling. Give me an example of the mythical patriarchy. Give me an example of the mythical, oppression that women face.
Well,
the answer is catcalling doesn't cut it.
Well, economically, like when you're the idea of a patriarchy, when people hear the word patriarchy, they like often immediately assume like this idea of like men controlling the world and women like subjected to like discrimination and stuff. And when you view it as,
that's the idea supported by feminists. Most normal people laugh the idea of a patriarchy off as kind of like the Fortress of Doom.
If you'd let me like explain, patriarchy, like the way it manifests is through like economic and social like oppression. And whilst obviously you're saying oppression, like you immediately think of like the most stark images of oppression of the time. So like just literal like the Nazis. No. Let's keep going on this thread. That's what. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay. But then
where are the stark examples of oppression? Economically, with women. Where are they?
I said stark wasn't in the case of that, but if you look at the people who earn the most money in our society are generally, and you can argue me, but generally are white, male, and like therefore.
Okay, what about Damon Jane? What about Lori Greiner? What about any of the other women?
Generally.
And
they're famous examples. Think about people who are just wealthy, not even necessarily exceedingly wealthy.
I didn't know who the fuck these people were before Shark Tank. And Fubu was around for 20 years before Shark Tank. Okay.
Yes. Well, you don't necessarily have to be famous to be wealthy, do you? Like.
Yeah, generally. And there's a lot of other black entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs. Yes, so again, if we want to talk about oppression, they wouldn't have been able to get into the field. They wouldn't have had a shot. So again, tell me where this, horrific system of oppression that we have going, where is it?
Well, I'm telling you, like the higher earners, the more you earn.
Countering when you bring up shit.
What? How am I talking shit? You're not even like listening to what I'm saying, honestly. Like
I'm countering what you're saying.
You're what?
I'm countering what you're saying.
I haven't even finished like what I'm trying to say. Like the more you earn, the more likely it is that you are white or male. Which I'm sorry if it sounds
bullshit.
It's not bullshit. Look at the statistics of like wealth and who earns what and where like who owns like more like property and capital. And generally, the more you get, the whiter and more male you are. Like, and yeah, it may sound like harsh hearing that because like, I mean, when you hear these sort of things, like again, natural reaction is just to go against it because like, so you might think, oh well, I'm not like this. I'm male. Like. And it does all sound quite like brutal stuff, but it's kind of true. Like,
is there anything stopping anyone? Is there anything stopping anyone from starting a business and getting to what Mr. Owen is talking about? The answer is no. So no, I'm not going to.
Yes,
I'm not going to accept. No, there's not. Nate, what?
Okay, so there's nothing stopping a woman or a black person, for instance, making a business, but the chances of them actually making it to like the levels of wealth that I'm talking about like are very slim. But they're like, and it's slim for anyone really.
What do you think are the chances of a white man, a white straight cis het male, opening a business and that business not closing in the first 5 years?
Oh,
I've got news for you. The exact same rate.
Well, that's the failure of capitalism there, which another thing I can talk slanderously about. But
oh God, you hate capitalism too, even though it gave you everything.
Oh God. Well, I mean, you can say it gave me everything, but other systems would have done just the same and not.
We wouldn't be talking right now if it wasn't for capitalism.
Well, under different systems, you could still have produced the same outlet of. I mean, no.
Just no. No, I mean, no. I'm a student of history. Just no.
I'm studying politics. That doesn't mean anything.
No. It doesn't work like that. We have the internet. We have everything we have because of capitalism.
So you don't think that like computers and technology could have been advanced without the need for capitalism?
No.
Well,
you want to know why?
Why?
Capitalism plays into the human nature.
What? It plays into human nature?
Yes.
How does it play into human nature?
Because socialism, communism don't play into it. Because they're a system where we all help each other. We all just help to the greater good. Human beings aren't wired like that. Human beings are wired to look out for one person, themselves.
Yeah, obviously,
and that's the way humans have always been.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that society can't adapt so that everyone like is given the same like basic like.
Humans will come together if shit hits the fan. Outside of that, no.
It doesn't need to be if shit hits the fan. Like it can certainly, if you look at the way the world is, there's enough like wealth and money and resources. If society could, then they could make it so that like equality was like achieved.
No.
But I mean, no, it could be.
I mean, no. No, well, that doesn't work like that.
Why doesn't it work like that?
You might like it to work like that, but it doesn't.
Well,
there is a reason why capitalism propelled us out of the dark ages into the 21st century.
Has it propelled everyone?
Because it breeds innovation and invention, and it rewards those that work the hardest. And yeah, so
Rubbish. What about
rubbish?
People?
Rubbish. Willie, name me one fucking invention of the 20th century that was a result of communism or socialism.
I'm talking about the idea that if you work hard, you end up successful. That's rubbish. Like, look at all the millions of people who are in like Western societies who are either living like lives nowhere near the like
No.
You said.
Yes, I did. And the sad thing is, I hate to break it to them, they could be.
So what? So you're saying that it's what's not gone right for them?
Okay, give me some examples of somebody that's working their ass off and not getting ahead.
Well, look at the millions of people who are unemployed. Look at the people who are in like low-paid jobs who have, for instance, left like college, who have gone straight from having like a degree or a major or an honors, like, and then just gone straight into like working in jobs that are well below what they're qualified for. Look at people who've worked all their lives and then just been cut adrift by like the pension system or by healthcare because their money has now been rendered like less valuable. Like, there's examples all across.
Let me just stop you there. Okay. I missed the first one. But as for people working through college and getting a job at Subway, well, hell, I hate to bring this up. Maybe you should have studied for a degree that might have meant something. If you study 14th century Nordic folklore, you don't have many career prospects. Maybe you should have studied something useful.
Okay, then.
And unfortunately, colleges are full of useless degrees.
All right. So if everyone, I can assume the ones you mean. So let's say everyone starts doing engineering, physics, chemistry, and everyone wants to become like the useful in quotation marks jobs. So like doctors and engineers and stuff. But then all of a sudden your market is now overwhelmed with people who just have one type of degree and you don't need like millions of engineers. And now you've got a whole new problem where everyone's got a degree, but then everyone's got one degree.
You're talking to a guy who actually advocates against college.
Well, and this is my point. Like under systems like away from capitalism, where you don't need to put labor hours into like earning your place in society, you could have things where society has enrichment for like learning about different things. And you don't have to be dependent on like one or two job markets for like any source of like value or money, and you have like resources and stuff guaranteed to you. Which
that's what makes sure that everything runs well.
What do you mean that's what makes sure everything runs well? What, capitalism?
Okay. Yeah.
How does it run well?
Tell you what, I'm going to leave everyone on a cliffhanger. I have to pee.
Right, okay. Back in a second then, or you'll be back in a second.
All right, no problem. I gotta go back on the debate. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. By the way, I bought 112 bars of candy. No, only every kid gets one, according to mom. All right, I gotta go. 20 minutes. I don't know. All right. Ow! Shit!
You okay?
Alrighty, I slammed my goddamn hand into the door. Okay.
He was saying something. You were going to say something.
About okay, capitalism You know, what was I going to say about capitalism? Shit, I completely lost my point. Look, capitalism breeds innovation. It breeds self-reliance. It breeds everything that makes human beings tick.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, yeah, obviously you're still going to have like you still produced all these goods, but at the same time in capitalism, people who could be innovative but are born into like less like economic constraints and like situations where they don't have the same like starting point as everyone else, their innovation is never going to be realized. Like, just think of what could have been achieved had like everyone had the same chance of like starting off, and everyone had access to the same research. So, well, we could, couldn't we?
No, we can't. No, and actually, thanks to capitalism, we have it.
We don't have it though. Again,
yes,
look at how many people are living below the poverty line in like Western societies where supposedly we've like.
No, I hate to bring this up. No, we have the same jumping off point.
It's all
really equal.
Like, how is it all equal? Like, I'm not even just talking about gender here. Everything. Like, there's always like, look at there's millions, even like white and straight people. Like, it's not, and white straight male people. It's not like this is just what social wide problems here. It's not like, obviously, like there's different scales of where inequality lies, but inequality is everywhere under capitalism, and you only have to look at.
Well, like, I hate to bring this up, but what the fuck did socialism bring us, and what the fuck did communism bring us, and what the fuck did any of the other systems bring us, other than pain and misery?
Right. When has socialism?
Capitalism has dragged us in. Has dragged us from the rural horse-drawn cart age to the goddamn fucking modern age.
What do you mean communism has dragged us? Well, there's only been like a few communist countries.
I mean is, no, I lumped everything into one. Every other system of government has failed. The only system of government that has worked, the only system of government that has pushed us forward dramatically as a people has been capitalistic democracy.
Well, that's largely because in the modern world, that's the only one we've had. Like, and when like communism, like if communism,
no, that's not the only one we've had covering the world over.
Generally, it has been like the USSR wasn't the intended version of communism was lost.
Monarchy dictatorships were the vast majority of the world governments. Monarchical dictatorships were the vast majority of the world's government for thousands of years, long before the rise of the US or the USSR.
That's not modern history, though. I'm not like in terms of forms of like that's not a government.
What what shall we define as modern history?
Well, like when modern history is where like things like government, like democracy, they're generally like established things in most countries.
So 1776.
That's not most of the world, though, really, is it?
Like, 1900.
But when was like countries like most of the like modern countries and most of the world are generally in concepts of government and stuff.
So you're ignoring about 96% of world government history.
How I?
And I'm not actually kidding you, because you're going from about 1952 to now.
No, honestly, I'm not.
You're ignoring most of the 20th century.
When did I say 1952?
You said to me, when I said, when shall we start history? And you said, the end of the blah, blah, blah. You know, I kept trying to get a date out of you.
You listed 2 dates. I said, like, generally, when, like, world politics is coming, like, to when politics as a whole, when most countries are getting, like, governments and, like, democracy and stuff. It's hard to pin it to a certain year, but you can sort of tell.
You could argue that back to, I mean, Britain, your country, was a democracy at the time that it controlled almost a third of the world.
Yes, but the British, well, democracy's in quotation marks there because, like, whilst you could vote, like, what, you had to be a homeowner,
No,
rich.
it was actually
like,
a democracy. I hate to bring this up. The Queen had lost most of her power
well, yeah, obviously, like, the actions.
because of World War One.
Sorry?
Because of World War One.
Oh, you're talking about then? Well, again,
no. I mean, if you want to talk about, I mean, I'm sorry, but no, you've got to give me, and I don't even know how the hell we're on this topic to begin with.
You said something about capitalism is the only system that has worked. I'm saying that capitalism is the only majority. It's the only one that's had a real chance to thrive. Like we've
and I'm saying no. Capitalism wasn't implemented till capitalistic democracy, excuse me, wasn't implemented till 1781, a couple hundred years ago.
So, what do you mean?
Name me another capitalistic democracy.
A capitalistic democracy. What do you mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Right, is capitalism as a system is basically the only one that's had worldwide recognition as the main one. Like most countries, like the vast majority of countries use capitalism.
No.
What countries don't what countries can't adhere to the capitalist methodology of doing things and exist today?
Okay. Monarchies can't because they can't give up their hereditary titles.
And are there more monarchies or democracies today?
Again, I'm going to get to you and why capitalism is a good thing and why your point is shit.
Go ahead. I'm interested to hear this.
Okay. In monarchies, it's hereditary titles. In dictatorship, it's whoever the fuck holds the reins. In socialism, it's everyone. In communism, I guess it's the state. In capitalism, I hate to bring this up, but you keep harping on what monetary systems have. I just had to say I hate to bring this up, but again, if it wasn't for capitalism, we wouldn't have right now.
Well, you've already said that. What I'm saying is that capitalism is the only system that's had the impetus to have worldwide control. So of course it's easy to say, oh well, capitalism.
Oh yes, you're right. Capitalism doesn't have a worldwide control right now. While a good chunk of countries are capitalist democracies, a good chunk are also a small chunk are dwindling. Communists. There's also the dictatorships. There's also the monarchies. Right. There's also the republics. But here's the thing. Unless there's trade with those countries regarding my country, what in the hell do you care?
Well, that not only do they all have to adhere to the capitalist market, they can't just ignore it, which is my point in saying that capitalism is the only system we've had in place in the world. But the number of capitalist democracies still outnumber all ones combined. There's 4 communist countries.
Well, right now you might have a point. But for the vast majority of human history, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, so what do you mean the vast majority of human history? The
vast majority of human history has been either under theocracies or dictatorships. Yes, also, you had a decent chunk of the 20th century that the vast majority of the human population was controlled by communism.
Well, but when was the vast majority of the world controlled by communism?
Idea. When?
When was the vast majority of the world controlled by communism?
Okay. I'll be nice and safe. I'll say about 1960 to about 1970, you had about what? 1/3 of the world, maybe 2/3 of the world under a communist regime,
Which
communist
countries?
leading governments,
Right,
communist revolutions.
Not only was the USSR not a true like picture of what communism is meant to be, as most people will like agree.
What the fuck? No. In 1965, you had China, Russia, you had Turkey, you had I think Indonesia,
and all these countries were a true representation
Cuba,
of what the likes of Marx and Engels and Lenin.
Oh my God! If you're going to go into this true bullshit, I could go to the white supremacist argument again.
What? No, because that's the whole. That's what I'm not.
There's a political ideology within the white supremacist movement.
What does it, I'm not even talking about that. Like, that's not even like to do with what we're saying.
Well, okay. Is Marx a communist?
He's a Marxist, but the ideas of communism do stem from Marxism, don't they? Like,
oh my God.
I mean, oh my God, like you, and regardless of what all this means, the point is capitalism. It has been the only system we've had, really. And even when you're talking about communism, what did the US and the capitalist-run US do to the communism like uprisings? And like whenever there was a sense of the left or just people who
also know that at one point the US was damn near the only capitalist superpower left in the world. At about 1974, I think the US was the only capitalist superpower left in the world. And I hate to bring it to you, we won.
Well, right, okay. So you're saying about superpowers. How many superpowers were there during the Cold War? Because, like, yeah,
3.
The US, Russia, and then eventually China, and then again.
And then why is there not? Why is China not the successor?
What do you mean? Why is China
the Iron Curtain fell? The Iron Curtain fell in 1990.
Right.
Why is China not the successor? They are the most powerful Soviet state on the planet, and they can't do dick against us. Yes,
they aren't a representation of communism, and again, they still play by the rules of capitalism. That's my point. Like all these countries, regardless.
Okay, why can't North Korea do dick against us?
Why can't North Korea? Because well, it's a bit like with North Korea, like they're still in the capitalist market. They still rely on things.
Really? North Korea?
They're still in a capitalist world.
Really? Again, no, they're not. No, they are so fucking cut off. It would boggle your mind.
Yes, obviously
they have generational prisons, my friend.
Yes, but you can't honestly expect me to say that they're not in our world. Like they obviously they don't have much communication stuff with the outside world. But that's not to say that
the fact that you're going to give them a fucking pass on generational prisons.
How am I giving him a pass? As I've already said, they're not.
I said they have generational prisons, my friend, and you just dismissed it like, well, yeah, they have them.
Well, because it's not to do with what I'm trying to say. Like, it doesn't have any relevance.
What?
Which it doesn't. Like, I'm talking.
You're arguing against capitalism. Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Well, my point is that the world we live in and the world that we've had is
and you're arguing
the mainstream system we've had.
You tried to defend North Korea.
How did I try and defend
4 minutes ago?
Well, where have I defended North Korea?
You did it 4 minutes ago.
No, I don't think I did. I mean, you may have heard whatever you wanted to hear, but I didn't say that.
No, I actually didn't. Look. I hate to say it, but you know, look, you're okay. I'll challenge you. What is your idea to replace capitalism?
Oh, it would be Marxism for me, but you know,
Okay, you know it's failed the world over.
how has it failed the world over? How is capitalism succeeding? As a matter of fact, to be honest.
Oh, I don't know. The fact that we're talking right now,
Oh, for God's sake!
the fact.
Look, these things would have still been in place had like
No, they
capitalism.
wouldn't have been. Oh my God. Really? You really want to go down this road with me? Capitalism has given us every goddamn fucking thing that we have in this modern world.
We're going round in circles because capitalism is the system that has been in place. It's the only one that we've had, really,
No, it's
mainstream
not.
wise. I mean, no, it's not. It is. Look, we're going around in circles, as I said. Like,
Well, no, for the most part, we've had feudalism.
I mean, in modern history, like we're not like.
Again, now we're going to go into the circle again of what the fuck you define as modern history.
Well, because we don't like all that the stuff that's happened with like monarchies and autocracy and feudalism and stuff. That we've like moved past that. Now we're at a stage where like politics, like
No, you know what it is?
what is it?
I hate to bring it up, but it's just, I hate to say it, but you're 18 years old, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
You just don't want to fight. You think that life or the government should produce every goddamn thing that should be necessary for you to have a wife and 2.4 children and a house and a white picket fence and a lawn. And that's why you're so opposed to the idea of fighting and competing.
Well, as I've
There's
said
a
already
reason
in this chat,
why competition is good. There's a reason why capitalism has given us what we have.
It's given some people what we have. Like, I mean,
It's given everyone. You can be a fucking broke.
Everyone has a computer.
Harlem, and
everyone has suitable healthcare. Everyone has suitable housing. Everyone has a stable job. Everyone has like. What do you mean? You can sigh if you want, but it's true, isn't it? I mean, if capitalism was such a success, then we wouldn't be seeing so many people who don't share the successes of the rich and wealthiest.
No. Capitalism gives you what you put into it.
Oh, so again, I'll say again.
I hate to bring this up, but if you're a fucking drug addict mother, then no, you ain't gonna get what you put into it. Why? Because you take more out of it.
Right, so everyone whose capitalism has failed is a drug addict mother. Right, okay. What about okay, to use a contextual one for America. What about the labor workers, like people who worked in the docks, people who work in factories, who have essentially since the like deindustrialization process and since like the automation has essentially been completely like let down by capitalism, have lost their jobs, have got no like pension system. They can't. I said they've essentially like lost their way of earning money. They've worked hard their whole lives in many ways, and now they've got nothing. And capitalism doesn't care because they've moved forward, and the business owners and the rich have benefited. And who cares? Because they get their money, and they've supposedly. I mean, they haven't worked hard because they've not like essentially benefited off the like time and effort of others. But supposedly, like if capitalism worked, then these labor workers would have the best in life when they clearly don't.
Well, here's my answer. Hate to say it. Maybe you should have moved on and found other jobs.
Oh,
look,
come on.
I hate to break it to
found
you.
other jobs.
I hate to. No. Look, one of the things that people can't stand with automation and with this and with that is my rank and difference. But there are other jobs out there. You could have found them. As for the pension fund that some of your elder members were contributing to, I hate to break this to you. I contributed to a pension fund for 14 fucking years. And because I don't believe this pension fund is going to be around when I turn 65, I contacted them. They wouldn't give me my money. And the only promise I ever asked this union to keep was to make sure I had another job. And they failed. Look, I hate to bring this up, but look, unions got corrupt. Automation is inevitable. Look, I hate to bring it up, but look, at one point there does come a point of personal, what the fuck is this? Personal responsibility.
I think it's incredibly naive to just put it down to find another job if you've lost yours, or personal responsibility.
Well, what the fuck can I put it down to?
The capitalism has failed. That's what you can put it down to. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so what is your solution? We go to socialism? Oh, great.
We go to Marxism. We go to
everybody fucking makes the same and nobody gives a shit.
Oh my god. You need to understand that it's not just everyone's lazy because they get money given to them. It's everyone has access to the same quality of life. I'm not saying everyone.
Well, no. No, I'm not saying no. Again, yes, everyone gets lazy. That's why every goddamn socialist government has failed.
I think that's completely why, to be honest.
The USSR failed. China's on the brink of failing. Sweden's on the brink of failing. Greece has failed.
Society doing? How is capitalist society doing? The rich are doing well. How about the poor? How about
we're doing pretty good.
The economy might well be improving, but what does that say about? Doesn't mean the people inside the economies are doing, does it? Look at in our country, for instance. Supposedly our economy is improved under the Conservatives, but more people are going to food banks. More people haven't got access to basic services. Benefits have been cut, so there's more people who are in more deprived conditions. Our NHS is failing. Our transport system is terrible. At the end of the day, and it's the same in many countries. It doesn't matter what sort of government it is at the moment, for many cases, because capitalism as a whole is failing, and it is producing mass problems for many people, which I've listed a second ago. And for you to just say things just find another job, or what else is it? Work hard and you'll be successful. That's so naive of what the real world is like for so many people. It's such a looking down.
I hate to bring this up. Your thought that just work hard doesn't work is a little naive on your end.
You literally said that earlier.
Yes, I did. I said work hard is a little naive on your end.
What do you mean?
No, if you work hard, chances are good fortune will find you. Yes, are there exceptions? Of course.
Except whole communities. Like I said, look at labor unions. Look at people who worked in factories.
Labor unions suck. Unions suck. Let me just get that out there.
Okay, fine. Just look at dock workers in general then. Look what happens to the docks in America and in this country. In fact, look at the entire look at the north of this country.
One group of people. Why am I looking at the son of an immigrant factory worker?
What?
Who? Well, you talked about dock workers. You talked about factory workers.
Who said anything about immigrants? Capitalism fails anyone who's not economically high up.
Really? Because I was talking about the son of an immigrant factory worker who somehow rose through the cracks and somehow became Robert Herjavec.
That's one person. I never said it couldn't happen for like a few individuals, but
Oh
in
my
general.
God, really? So because it doesn't happen for every son of a bitch.
Well, that's the point. Like, it's an unfair system if people like
There is never a fair system.
Under capitalism. No, there's not a fair system. That's my
And
point.
there's never a fair system under communism, socialism,
How
or
would you,
any
how would you
other
know?
ism.
We're in a capitalist world, therefore, there's always been like obstacles. And
Did you look at the last Russian Politburo dinner in 1989? Did you look at it?
So I've not seen the 1989.
Look at it, and you'll see the difference. My point is, look what they had for dinner. Look what the average Russian person had for dinner.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That wasn't communism as what was intended. That's not.
Look, it doesn't matter.
And you're saying that. Look at the White House dinner just a few weeks ago, or a few days ago, and look at like what many families in America like are able to eat.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Owen. Why do you hate capitalism?
Because it's a failed system.
Let me ask you this. Oh, it's a failed system.
Yeah, it doesn't like most people like.
Even though it's giving you every goddamn thing that you have right now.
Oh, goodness sake! I've already said that.
Really, would you like me to tell you why it works?
You can tell me why you think it works. Go on.
It breeds innovation and invention. It rewards innovation and invention. It rewards hard work. It rewards the gumption to take a chance. It rewards risk.
Said, right? If so, surely we'd
also
have so much more.
The fact that we're talking right now is a result of capitalism.
So you think without
the whole goddamn internet? Huh?
You think without capitalism there would have been no like progression of like industry, technology, like communication, transport? There'd been no like improvement.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but considering when we went into Cuba and when we went into the USSR, they were 20 to 30 years behind us. No.
Well, as I've already said, they're
just
not examples of it. And again, we're in a capitalist world, so it's harder for nations which don't have like if they're outside the capitalist loop, then it's harder. Like the USSR were, hence why like not only were they not in proper communism, but
the USSR was the largest country on the planet.
Yes, but it was in a world.
If they didn't have the resources to fight against a great evil capitalistic government, who the fuck would?
Well, look, so that's what you're saying. Who would? Because capitalism is the dominant system at the moment.
Shitty ideology. And no, capitalism was not the dominant ideology when this Iron Curtain shit started.
Well, it was still like
there was no Iron Curtain until 10 years fucking later.
I don't know what you mean. The capitalism is still and has still been the main thing of the world.
The reason I brought up the Iron Curtain is about 10 years after World War II, maybe less, maybe 7. Winston Churchill gave a speech about the Iron Curtain being drawn across the world, in which everything east of the Iron Curtain was communist, everything west was democratic. Now, there's a reason why the Iron Curtain fell. There's a reason why the East sucked. There's a reason why people in East Berlin risked their lives to get to West Berlin. There's a reason why people risked their lives to get from Russia to the West. And quite frankly, there is a reason why North Koreans risk their lives to get to South Korea. So we're better.
In the failed version of communism that those countries produced and those situations ensued, then yeah.
What is the perfect version?
Sorry? Well,
what is the perfect version.
Well, it'll be one where everyone gets the same footing to start off with. Everyone's assured the same quality of life. Unlike under capitalism, where people are born with different like qualities and economic advantages and disadvantages. One where you're born doesn't prohibit, and what who you are doesn't like, it doesn't knock down you. Like if you're not, so for instance, in our society, rich people and the higher earners are able to benefit in society and be more affluent than poorer people. It's statistically like there.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I take 5 farm plots, and each farm plot is given corn. 4 farm plots grow 20 ears of corn, while 1 farm plot grows 100 ears of corn. Now, according to you, that farmer should have to give up his surplus ears of corn till they all reach an equal number. Otherwise, if he is allowed to keep his surplus, he will make more money, and therefore his children will have a greater starting advantage in life.
Well, you're looking at this from the capitalist viewpoint, aren't you? Because you're saying
no,
greater
I'm not.
starting point in life.
You're gonna honestly tell me that anyone on this earth is gonna willingly give up shit just to help somebody else? That's not human nature.
Oh, it's not human nature.
Human nature.
Well, under capitalism, people have to be selfish, don't they? When what?
When in the fuck have humans helped one another outside of a disaster?
Well, it doesn't need to be like that's my point. Like, it shouldn't have to be down to charity. Like, it should be in society.
Well, that's what it is down to, because that's our nature.
It doesn't matter what nature should be. Like,
well, it is what it is, because that's what we are.
Government should, in my opinion, government should make it so that everyone is like given enough to survive. There's enough money in the West for everyone to be supported, but because of the society we live in and because of what capitalism has done, which I'm sorry, but that's what it is, because capitalism has led to huge inequality. Like, you have people who don't ever get access to this anywhere near this quality of life which should be deserved to any human being.
So somebody that does nothing should get a free ride.
No one should be born with nothing. That's my point. Like, people are born.
So you're born with a mother with nothing. You should get a free ride.
Okay, so even if we're like using that example,
I'm asking people to do a job. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm asking for people to contribute what they can. You know, I'm not saying we gotta throw the guy out that can't count to 4. But I will ask him if he can, put this little pin in this little hole.
I don't think you're seeing like the point.
I'm not seeing your point, because all I really see is that, well, quite frankly, what you're arguing is that nobody should have to pay for anything.
No one should have to be born into a situation,
or nobody should have to pay for necessities. Let's say.
And the state should do what it can to help its people, and the society should be supporting everyone. Bullshit. So it's fair.
I've already given you an example of charity.
Charity.
I've given you an example of it, but no, I'm sorry. Regular working adults can pay for their own shit.
Okay, so what do you do about unemployment when there's not enough jobs for the populace? So is that everyone who's unemployed's fault?
I don't mind unemployment insurance. I think there should be a time limit on it. Like, I think there should be a hard time limit on welfare.
Why should there be a time limit on welfare when some people, like, as has already been
Oh,
discussed?
I don't know, because there's a girl that grows up, about a block from where I grew up, and she is getting $1,300 from the government a month. She has contributed nothing to the system.
Have you ever
And
considered?
she's smart enough to know how to rig the system.
So you're saying this person is fraudulently claiming benefits? Is what you're trying to say?
Well, I will say, in her defense, she is mentally handicapped, but she's not so mentally handicapped that she can't do a job.
So again, you're saying that she could be working, but she's just too lazy, or she's happy just to take benefits. Is your argument? So not only is this one person, but I don't think that you can argue that because this one person, like, you can't just say because people just leech off the state if it's benefits and welfare state and stuff. Like, every single person.
Well, I could also argue, from your point, that there's another friend of mine. She has a daughter, and her daughter is nonverbal. And due to this, she will get a whole $12 a month for her.
The girl with disability,
stupid, half-retarded twat incurs $1,300.
It's a very tactful way of describing your friend, but I would say that that's a flaw, that's a flaw of the government, isn't it? And your government is exceedingly right-wing, so.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but first off, your government might not need to get a little more right-wing. But, look, I hate to bring this up, but this is the insanity.
The insanity
why does a girl who needs it gets denied it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
hold on. A girl who doesn't gets it. Get in both your minds. Oh, and by the way, both of these girls are physically disabled. So just one can actually do a job. One can't. Both these girls are actually disabled.
Okay. So, in my opinion, society should be like making sure these people and anyone who's in this condition shouldn't be like forced into like labor they can't perform, or shouldn't be facing inequality because of this. They should all have equal.
I think they should be forced into labor. Believe it or not.
You think they should be forced to do a job?
The job they can perform. Why? It makes them feel good.
Well, you shouldn't have to have a job to make you feel good. That's a societal failure.
Really? Well, your side, the fucking your side says, "Oh, we'll just pay for you. Just sit there and fucking blow."
That's my point. A person's worth shouldn't be measured by the job. Like, if the number of hours you work or something, society should give everyone like a living wage, or like to make sure everyone's equal. Like, you can't.
Okay. Then how do you propose to create this? Because I don't think you have enough money.
Well, if you have enough money, have you seen how much wealth like the Western world has? Have you seen how much like banks and like
they also worked and earned that money?
Oh,
so
come on!
Be there?
So what? The people who like have essentially bought factories and just like profited off the work of all these like workers and salesmen, people below them.
Workers get paid pretty good. I was considering factory work. I knew it was brutal work, but I also knew the wages they paid were awesome. I chose not to because I wanted an easier gig.
Or in fact, any lower worker in a corporation, anyone like not at the lower end of a corporation whose jobs are tenable, who
this is where everyone starts out. Everyone starts out at the bottom,
So is it fair that people get stuck at the bottom in regards to how hard they work, because I don't know what sort of like fancy version of the world like
I've
you've
never
but
seen a single entity except a union-controlled entity that workers that work their ass off are not rewarded. The only exception is the union-controlled entity.
Right, I'm sure there are some.
And I
like,
worked in a union for 14 fucking years. So please don't tell me that I don't know what it means when it comes to unions.
surely you can see that not the vast majority of people, regardless of how hard you work, aren't going to like have this like massive monetary success which the privileged few can afford. And yeah, I'm sure there are some like rags to riches stories. But
No.
no.
Success? What do you mean by success?
So people who are like at the economic top, people who are like comfortably well off, can afford like.
What? So they're got $500 million in the bank? Of course not. But do I mean that they can't work and get enough to retire on and pay their house off? Bullshit.
So what? People who are living in poverty are there because they've not worked hard enough, or because
generally, I hate to bring this up, but and I've been in these places. It's because
rubbish. I'm going to bring you back
bullshit.
to like I tell you what aside, The Wire season 2 focuses on the unions and at the docks, and it essentially shows how essentially capitalism has failed all these people who've poured hours and hours of labor work into like the docks and ship containers, and essentially moving like containers off the boats and the freight containers off like the ships into the docks and to move them out to the rest of the country. And essentially they were all just like
hold up. I want to just shout one thing out to the fucking goddamn chat room. Primo Games. My union was the United Food Workers and Meat Handlers 632. If you care to check it out. Go ahead.
Anyway, yeah. Essentially, these people have worked in the docks and their families have been there for years. They've essentially known, like, they don't have anything, like, their whole life is centered around this. And then all of a sudden, like, the people at the top, the business owners, have decided it's more profitable to make the docks all automated, because they don't have to pay labor hours. They don't have to, like, worry about, like, health insurance and the safety of their workers, because now it's all, like, automated. So now all these workers are cut off. There's not enough like jobs to sustain all these people, and they've clearly worked hard because they've been on these like docks in like all seasons, like miserable conditions, and now all of a sudden they're like cut off. And under capitalism and under your own logic, you're saying these people who now don't have like a secure pension or a job to go to have not worked hard enough, and therefore deserve the poverty and the austerity that they now have. Not austerity, sorry. Deprivation, I guess, rather.
You know why they deserve the poverty?
Why?
Because they were idiots. I hate to say it, they were fucking idiots.
How are they idiots?
I seen this not only through me, but through my grandpa. He was a member of a union that folded, and he got I think 3/4 of his pension. But if he'd been smart, he would have invested in a 401k, but he always assumed the pension would be there, or, look, always assuming that something is an idiot's bet. Like I said, I shouted out my old union, and they have denied me my one-time payout, because they say I conveniently worked 2 months shy of the minimum, which actually 3 years ago was 4 years above the minimum. But no, I don't believe for a second this particular union is going to fuck it, I'll name them. The Food and grocery meat handlers, butchers, 650, whatever, is going to be around in 30 years. So relying on that is just stupid. I'm not. I mean, relying on something like that is just retarded.
What else are these people meant to do if they're all living?
I mean, no. Look, you're talking about wealth disparity. Look, that's always going to happen. You're never going to have an equal society.
Under capitalism, maybe you're not going to have it.
You're never going to have it under communism either, nor socialism.
If they were implemented correctly, then yeah.
That's a pretty big if, my boy.
Well, what? So you suggest we just continue with the failing society we have today of capitalism, which doesn't work for most people?
I have news for you, kiddo. Capitalism has worked. Capitalism brought us out of the recession to 2008. Capitalism is.
So what? It took us in
everything for us. Everything. The fact that we're speaking right now is a product of capitalism.
You keep saying that. I see no reason as to why you couldn't have developed the internet or any of the technological advancements we've seen in the 21st.
Why would we create the internet if it wasn't for capitalist gain?
But we'd still have the strive to further technology.
No. It would still be a 28K line of.
Well, right. So you're saying dial-up connection.
You don't remember the 53K line, do you?
Well,
every time we fired up the internet for 53K, your computer spat out.
Is that like dial-up internet or something where you have to connect with your phone?
Yes.
Well,
none of the shit that we take for granted right now would be possible without capitalistic intervention.
I don't think you can.
YouTube would not be allowing me to host this debate with you without capitalistic intention, because they're going to run ads on this video. None of this shit. None of it.
The world would be a better place without
capitalism. Built this modern civilization, and there's a reason why modern civilization, considering that civilization took us from pre-civilization to start 5,000 years to modern civilization about 110 years ago to now. There's a reason. It's capitalism.
Well, I mean, I've already said, but there's only been one system really, and we're not going to go into this sort of circular method of debating again. But the things that have been invented and created through capitalism could have just as easily, in fact more easily, have been created through communism and without capitalism, because then everyone has access to the same tools and you end up with more people and more minds thinking of things.
You enjoy Tang?
Sorry?
You enjoy Tang? Or Orange Gina?
Yeah. Well, I enjoy.
Was created under capitalism, a purely capitalist system.
So, I'm sorry, but
the reason why I bring those two up is Tang was created by NASA, which was public, so they couldn't keep a trademark, and Orange Gina was created by a private corporation using Tang. So go ahead.
Right, so these two things, are items which lots of people in the world can't afford. They can't afford to waste their money on things which are luxury items in a sense, because they don't they're not essential. If capitalism was a system that worked, everyone would be able to say, "Oh, I prefer this brand or item. I prefer this." I like this brand of things because, and then list all their reasons. But they don't, because most people they don't have the luxury of being able to choose all their brands. They have to take what they can because they're economically well below what the rest of the society are. And there's loads of people who are in this situation. And like the fact that, and if we look at capitalism in the West, and it gets even worse when you go to the rest of the world, where like it's essentially like exploited loads of like countries out of like their own systems and left millions more in terrible situations, despite the wealth of the world and the wealth of people who are benefiting at the top of capitalism. At the end of the day, you like inequality is always there in capitalism, and it's growing every day.
Alrighty, actually, I didn't hear a whole lot of that debate. My only response would be, look, I hate to bring this up to every single college-aged dipshit, moronic douchebag that thinks that capitalism doesn't work. And if you think that capitalism doesn't work, all you got to do is drag you back about 70 years. Look at your average U.S. household in 1946. Look at it in 2016. That, my friends, is capitalism. It breeds innovation, invention. Yes, it rewards those that can do the job. And yeah, punishes those that would rather sit on the street corner, collecting pennies in a cup. Right. And as look, as for the more socialist countries of Europe, where the fuck are your look, there's a reason why even today you still rely on us. Capitalism. Like, look, every goddamn thing. Like, even right now, YouTube, where we're having our debate, where Google Hangouts. Every goddamn thing is a product of capitalism.
As I've said already, the world is capitalist. So what do you expect? Of course, there's going to be like everything's going to come through capitalism. I'm saying, but we can sit on Google Hangouts and have this conversation, but millions of people can't.
So you're saying you want to have the benefits of capitalism, but apparently abolish its just due.
The things that the good things that come out of society would come out of like communist society just as easily.
Or you're arguing that because the people that paid the price are dead. Well, yeah, no, I hate to bring this up. There's a reason why capitalism works. There's a reason why capitalism will get us to space long before anything else.
Capitalism doesn't work for lots of people, though, which is my main point. Like, it's all very well when you're near the top saying,
"Oh yeah," it's also really easy to care about every son of a bitch when you're 18 years old.
Well, you can put it down to my age if you want, but I'm fairly sure there are people who are older.
No, I speak from a man from experience. When I was your age, I cared about the starving people in Africa. I cared about the starving or the raped woman in Sudan. I cared, and then you realize it don't fucking matter.
Well,
trust me, my friend, your heart will harden.
It's not about just having a heart. It's just logic. Like, you just have to look at what people are going through to see. Oh,
you don't, and there's nothing you can do to stop it, my friend.
Under capitalism,
that's
it will continue. That's my point.
All you have to do is detach yourself and say, you know what? Unless this make my steak taste better, I really don't give a fuck.
Well, perhaps you're happy.
Because the sad thing is, there's nothing you can do to prevent it. Nothing.
Well,
you can't stop it. You can prevent it. You can alleviate pain. So we might as well, as gentlemen of the West, retire to our steaks.
No, because it's surely better to aim for like whole societal improvement than just say, well, it's okay for us, so let's not do anything. And I wouldn't argue it is okay for us, to be honest. Like, just because we're all right now.
Well, unfortunately, look, I've argued with a lot of points with you tonight. Look, you're not going to change the Middle East, and you're not going to. I mean, feminism is pretty much dead in the West. I mean, a poll came out number 2 weeks ago. 8% of women identify as feminists.
Where was this? Like, this is one poll, and that doesn't necessarily like indicate like anything.
Why? Because your viewpoint is dying.
Sorry,
rapidly.
How is it dying? But just because there's not just because like one
women
poll
really
there's
seem
not.
to like getting complimented across their ass.
I seem to what? No, I didn't hear what you
Look,
said.
it was in the New York Times of all places, if I remember right. Look, just Googling feminism is dying across the West. Look,
and that's going to lead to like non-partisan sources.
I don't give a flying fuck what political party they're affiliated with. You've been giving me stats all night that have been heavily influenced by feminism.
There's a difference between stats and polls.
And I didn't fucking reject them.
Neither did I. Until you said a poll, which is a bit different from a stat, because a poll is opinion.
Oh, a poll is different than a stat. Oh, holy shit.
Well, it is.
No, it's not.
How is it
No,
not?
it's not.
Look, I'm not going to read.
Same fucking. A poll and a stat is the same fucking premise. You ask a bunch of people a question. You take the number of people that answer the question, and you give the answer.
Well, I would say
that's a poll.
There's a lot more research done with like stats where you've actually gone and conducted like different fields of research than
actually
compared to a poll where you can just like a few questions and then you're done. Or like, do you agree with feminism? Yes or no? Do you identify as a feminist? Yes or no?
Well, considering that you have, I don't know, I hate to say it there, Owen, over the course of the debate tonight, you violated a lot of the tenets of feminism, but
oh no. So what have I violated then? According to you.
Okay. Do you insist on a woman providing proof that she is raped? Yes or no?
Well, I would hope that proof is present when a rape, like you would hope. Well, obviously, like when it goes to court, you hope proof's there.
Do you hope that truth and evidence is there? Yes or no?
Yeah, like you want like there to be evidence.
Okay, -1.
Sorry?
-1.
-1. Why am I -1?
Because Zoe Quinn, fuck was that fucking Mount mattress bitch, and Anita Sarkeesian and a lot of other prominent feminist writers, including Lacey Green, have said that a woman should be believed without evidence.
Well, there's like you shouldn't be like disregarding them. Like you shouldn't be not taking them seriously. Like I doubt if you ask these people, should this person be called a rapist before they've like.
I asked you, do you accuse? Accusation is different than just idle conversation. You accuse someone of something, you better have something to back it up. Do you understand that?
Obviously, you need evidence, but I don't see how like this has really got anything to do with like a negative of feminism or something. Like this is a bit like.
Really? Well, feminists think that the accusation should be an admission of guilt.
I don't think they do. I mean,
really, really, would you like me to drag up the quotes?
The quotes.
Who are the quotes? Okay, no problem.
If you have these quotes, then go ahead. I mean, and bear in mind, these are like these are people, like individuals. It's not like the big feminist like agreed upon like sayings or something like.
quotes. Also, I'm sure in the chat somebody will
Someone or what?
I said I'm sure in the chat someone will bring up this. I pulled up some quotes that'll make you rethink feminism.
Some lovely comments in the chat, aren't there? S-Man speaks. Male feminists are manginas. Warcorpse, teach this kid something about life. Oh, Chad Sexington's there. Good to see. Owen is officially retarded. Now, thank you, Punished Snake. Great to hear. You found the quotes?
I am still looking. All I keep finding is the feminist quotes, which are damn near as bad. Oh, all I really found is the feminist redefinition of rape, feminist majority foundation, why feminists want men to rape them, rape culture, which is bullshit.
Do you know what
hell.
rape culture actually is, or what you think the definition is, or?
Rape culture doesn't exist.
What, the
And I can
idea?
prove it.
Sorry?
No, the whole goddamn thing. Nothing about rape culture exists. There is no fucking rape culture.
Well, when people, again, it's a bit like the patriarchy. When you hear the term rape culture, like you instinctively think like, just like trucks driving around and like dragging people off to be raped, which like is why it seems so ludicrous.
Okay.
But more
About an hour
think
ago, I told you that I'm gonna end this soon too. That I had friends who were ladies, and you know, okay, if any of them were getting fucked by guys, there would be hell to pay. Okay. Now, if I, as the biggest anti-misogynistic or the biggest misogynistic piece of shit on the whole in the whole goddamn universe, said that, you know, look, I'm sorry, but no, rape culture doesn't exist. None of this fucking culture exists.
The idea that people and rape is sort of taken lightly, and that
rape is not taken lightly.
Well, I mean, it's easy to say that.
No, the reason these cases get dismissed is because there's no fucking evidence.
Who said I was taking, like, who said I was talking about that for a second there? I'll draw you to an example in this country. We had a footballer, or a soccer player rather, called Ched Evans, who was involved in a rape case, and fans of the team he played for went to his game and had all these banners essentially like celebrating a rapist and like accusing the girl in question of being a slut. The girl who's the victim in this incident has had to change her identity. She's had her name leaked, even though it is illegal. Like, and UK law says you can't leak the name of a rape victim, and it's happened anyway. Like her life has essentially been ruined, and this is like this is one case. Like there's loads of other cases like this where like rape victims have essentially been treated awfully.
The sad thing is, I'd like to believe you. Really
You'd like to believe me? Just type in Ched
well,
Evans.
You've made over the course of this 3-hour debate, you have made loads and loads and loads of apologist way out for feminists and apologist way in for fucking men to be rapists.
Apologists? And how have I done that?
No, you did it. You did it with the goddamn Rolling Stone case. You did it.
I know. I said for Rolling Stone case.
Look, no, dude, you just can't admit it.
Admit what I said?
Most of these feminists are full of shit.
I said I hadn't read about that case, so I wasn't going to comment on it. And if you remember, I actually said that if what you were saying was true, then in that instance, the woman was acting like wrong. Like I don't see where I've been apologist or making excuses or anything.
You made excuses for Kirsty Winters.
What did I say with Kirsty Winters? I defended her because you included something about her being ugly or something. I said,
yeah, well, she is, and if you're a straight male,
subjective, of course.
Agree. But no, she's also lied. And she's also ran from a fucking pairing, and she said things that are statistically wrong. It's like, look, I'm not going to do this where you get to construct the narrative.
What do you mean construct the narrative?
Well, this is something that you and, a lot of people do. It's you construct the narrative.
Well, I mean, surely earlier
where you and everyone attempt to ping, and I hate to say it, Owen, look, I like you, you're a good guy.
I'm flattered.
But you haven't really, look, I'll let the audience decide, did he win the debate or not? I've had my, like I said,
a little bit
I've had my ass whipped before. I ain't afraid to have it. I ain't afraid to have it whipped again. I've bled before. I ain't afraid to bleed again. But for my money, most of the time we've engaged. All you've done is deflect.
Well,
you haven't engaged.
Well, of course, you would say that because
everything.
There's only two of us in the debate, right? And you're asking your audience to say who's won, even though you quite clearly know they're all going to say you, most likely. Like,
no. I actually don't know. My audience isn't like that. My audience, if they think you won, they'll tell my fat ass you won.
Yes, but they're obviously not, are they? Because I've come on here to defend feminism and to say, like I said, capitalism was bad earlier. And
no, you made shitty arguments is your fucking problem.
Well, of course, you would see them as that way because you disagree with me. Like, surely it's a little bit like naive.
No. What I'm saying is it doesn't work. There is no version of feminism. There is no version of socialism. There's no version of anything that works. Capitalism works.
Your argument
capitalism brought us this great country.
Because if everyone who worked hard was smart and switched on and worked hard got successful, then society wouldn't look the way it does today. Anyway,
look, do you want to say that maybe some people aren't lucky? That maybe some people just slip through the cracks?
Well, society shouldn't be based on luck. That's my point. Like, luck is not what you want to like.
Really.
Well, no, it shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying.
And you defend the biggest system that had the gargantuan Grand Canyon cracks in it. Where people got pushed way too far when they shouldn't have been.
What do you mean? Sorry,
Communism.
how is that down to luck?
All you got to know is somebody in the Politburo, my friend.
What?
All you have to know, communism boiled down, and so did socialism, boiled down to who you know.
Well, then, like I said, not the systems we saw.
No. Don't give me that. That can be the same argument that I can raise with, well, they're not real white supremacists. Okay?
Why do you keep bringing up
No, you can make excuses. I'm not making excuses for capitalism. Is it unfair? Yes.
So if you conceive it's unfair, then I don't get how we're disagreeing.
Then why the fuck are you making excuses for it 5 minutes beforehand?
I wasn't making. That's my point. I'm criticizing capitalism.
No, I asked you, why does it work better? Why?
Communism?
Why?
Why does communism work better than capitalism?
Yeah, sure.
Well, because if everyone starts out equal and everyone is given like assured rights, assured healthcare, assured like economics, like sustainability, like society is more productive. If
How are
everyone
we going to
has
pay
a
for
chance
that?
Sorry?
How are we going to pay for that?
Redistribution of wealth. Address corporations.
Oh, okay. So why should anyone strive to be successful then?
Strive to be successful. Well, success.
Well, you're just going to get taxed.
Success shouldn't be down to like solely down to monetary like worth. Like, it shouldn't
Look,
be.
I hate to bring this up, sweetheart, but human beings ain't wired like that.
Oh,
we're out for one person, us.
Not necessarily, and even if it is, right?
Necessarily.
Frankly, if people are selfish, that's all. Like you shouldn't have to rely on.
No. If it came down to it, and there was one plant left between my family and yours, and you had a gun in your hand, that plant went to your family, didn't it?
How is that at all like what actual world
my
is like?
My point is the idea of socialism doesn't work. Human beings are we're competitive. We are naturally combative. This is why capitalism works. This is why when it had its shot, communism didn't take over the globe, even though it had 2/3.
Well, I don't think it was 2/3, but then also.
Oh, yes, it was. It was.
Do you know about the Marshall Plan and the Truman Doctrine, which followed?
Yes, I do. And communism was stronger after that.
How was it stronger after that? The U.S. funded.
Communism was at its strength in 1975.
How was it at?
It had. What you want me to explain?
You can explain.
It had most of Europe. In fact, almost all. It had, in fact, everything except Western Europe. And in Western Europe, it had Portugal and I think Spain.
Okay. Well, so Francisco Franco was a communist.
Are you gonna let me finish, or
Well, you said. You just said like Spain was a member. Never mind. You go ahead. Like.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll take Spain out of it. Fuck it. Let's just go with that. It had decent chunk of South America.
What happened in South America? Okay.
I don't really know too much about North America, although
what happened?
There's always Cuba.
What happened to South America when it had the dangers of going communist and left wing? The US funded the governments and like people in South America to essentially assimilate and destroy any like communist troops, any like
Except didn't they fail in a few places?
Sorry? Didn't they fail?
Didn't they fail in a few places?
Well,
Also,
the majority of them succeeded.
didn't the capitalist pig government fund the capitalist revolution in Cuba and fail miserably, not once, but twice?
Didn't who fund what?
I said, didn't the capitalist pig government fund not once, but twice the communist or the capitalist takeover of Cuba?
What, in terms of like trying to win Cuba back for like capitalism and the West?
No, the whole fucking island.
That's what I said, but well, just because that's one country for one. The person, by the way, who instigated the like revolution.
Also, maybe also there's a reason why the capitalist invasion succeeded, because we had the fucking money to do it.
Oh, like you're missing my point.
You don't generate money in communism.
Well, in a like when the world is capitalist, then what do you think is going to happen to?
Oh my
not
fucking
even communism.
God! Really? You know, honestly, if I were to draw you a map of 1965, capitalism was in the extreme minority.
Like,
the extreme minority.
I don't really think it was. I mean,
yes, it was.
How?
Well,
when?
How? Where were our allies?
Sorry?
Where were the allies?
We America formed. Or I said NATO was formed.
Where the fuck were the allies?
Well, so if they're in the minority, then how do you explain like the formation of NATO? How do you explain the suppression of
NATO? Okay, hold on. Let me discuss NATO. NATO was a last-ditch attempt by Britain to make sure America still had their backs in case Stalin ever crossed over, or in the 60s, Khrushchev. AKA NATO was the backup plan for Europe because nobody had any muscle to fight anyone.
Yeah. Obviously, Europe was a mess, right?
Germany, a mess. France, useless.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Spain, useless. Germany or Britain could punch up way above its weight class for years because of the empire. Well, that had fallen. The reason Britain tried to get us into NATO was so they could punch up. We were the only fucking heavyweight. And honestly, if we had gone to war with these motherfuckers, yeah, it would have been over in 5 minutes. Fuck it.
Well, yeah, mutually assured destruction, isn't it? But
mutual destruction, whatever.
Well, whatever, it kind of was.
But no, I mean, give me a break. I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, well.
All right, I am gonna end this. I think this has gone on long enough.
It has been quite a while, in fairness.
Actually, 2 hours. Only 2 hours, believe it or not.
No, we've been going since 6:30, so 4.
No. Oh Jesus Christ! No, I've been going since 1:30, so fucking 4 hours. Fuck. Those take forever to upload. Alrighty. Well.
Oh, thanks for having me on Warcorpse.
No, not a problem. Not a problem, Owen. And in truth, actually, Owen, you are one of the people that I would actually like to have on again, just because, well, you didn't crumble to shit.
Well, I'm glad you see my worth, even if we disagree.
Yeah, but tell you what, Owen, I'd like to have you on again, and that's actually what I'm striving here for, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to have interesting conversations, so that's about the end of this one.